Almost the kill, but last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
It's time for the bracket stage here at the Thunderpick World Championship Qualifiers North America Series 2. I am your host / analyst Paladin, joined with me today, Vincent, and for the first time together, Mark as well. I'm excited to work with you guys throughout this week, and we've got plenty of fantastic games along the horizon. And I want to throw up the bracket straight away so we can just get the conversation and that ball rolling, because we've got a lot of good CS. I feel like the invites have actually looked very good as well. We've got some of the top teams involved, everybody really gunning for that spot, Vincent. And I think it's safe to say that with M80's newest edition, that they feel like the comfortable favorites when I look at this.
I think you're absolutely right. We'll probably get into more of that. Maybe I'll give you like a slight teaser as we touch on a couple of these teams, a little taste. Because, NRG, I'd give them a little shaky hand off the back of their land performance. Some upside, certainly, to talk about. Wildcard, is there even a conversation to be had? That might be the biggest fumble in organization history, to be honest with you. So, how's that going to play out? Who knows? And then I think this is a great opportunity for both a Getting Info or a Marsborne. I know Marsborne comes from the group stage, but they're a team that's looked a little bit shaky, and Getting Info that are trying to kind of prove themselves a little bit right now is kind of where I'm at.
Mark, how do you feel about that one? Because I think, just for a little bit of a teaser, as Vincent was kind of mentioning, how do you feel about that matchup? Because I think that is easily the most exciting one of the quarterfinals we have so far.
Oh, 100%. I mean, that's where we're going to get the closest head-to-head. Marsborne obviously bringing in Viz recently, off of what was the entire structure of this team, supposed to be a star around minus. They've, worked these roles back into a way that's actually, I think, more comfortable for these players. And so it's going to take some time for Marsborne, who, did have a little bit of work to be done in a, really close 2-0 that they had against LAG, and it was really labored before that versus Might. They better bring their best in the playoffs here, because if they don't, Snap is going to punish them.
Let's start the conversation of our first quarterfinal that we have in the bracket. M80 taking on Chicken Coop, and we'll start the conversation with M80. And I just had the benefit of watching them throughout the Revival series, most recently last weekend. And this team looks so exciting to me. On paper, in the server, the way that they've added in Hex has completely proven me wrong as to how they want to approach adding a player like him. I feel like the aggression that he adds into the server is a very unique style, and he's kind of rejigging how an anchor works so far. And I don't know, I'm completely sold on this team at this point. It feels like they're not going to stay stagnant as they did in the previous season, Vincent, and that this is a team that is definitely making strides in the right direction to kind of reclaim that international glory that they were looking for a couple seasons back.
Well, listen, I think I'd pump the brakes on the international glory part, but here in North America, you're absolutely on the money. And I think that you could not have found a better situation if you're M80, right? Rec and Hex, I just feel like that replacement, it's not exactly 1-for-1, but like it's pretty close. As 1-for-1 as replacements go, and I know that they have made some adjustments as well, but to me, that is a huge pickup. And for me, it's a direct upgrade too, what Hex brings to this team. What was already a strong core. I think in the international competition sense, I got some questions right now about where Sin's at. I think that Slacks looks really good against NA competition, and maybe lets down a little bit more, especially, talking recently, their games in the Frag final. I felt like there was some question marks there. But all of that aside, man, they've been doing everything you could ask for with regard to the North America.
Well, we'll see what Sin can do up in this matchup, and in this bracket as a whole. We'll keep an eye on him. Same panel, of course, for the rest of this week. But we'll get into the conversation about Chicken Coop as well, because to me, I've seen this core grow for a long time, Mark, and I always admired their tenacity. But how much do you really consider this addition of Wreckmeister to shift the needle at all for this roster as a whole?
To be honest with you, I was sitting in the same stance that you were. This is a group that I was watching, kind of stay stagnant in, tier 2 competitions like Challenger League. And you're kind of seeing this group together and wondering, is this kind of the ceiling for them, motivation wise, whatever it is. And it was the interview that Jay Chance got to give to Dust2 US and comment, exactly about, this pickup. It was Grave that, didn't exactly plan to take a step back, but did at some point. And then finally the right opportunity presented itself when Wreckmeister popped up from that Chicken Coop roster, Take Flight, and was ready to take that next step. He has lit the world on fire, and this has been the hottest team throughout the group stage right here. I was commenting the entire time that I was casting them before we get to the vetoes here, that it's just up to the luck of the draw here. They could potentially get a weaker team than an M80 or an NRG, what have you. Not today, Ani. This is going to be their work cut out for them. Obviously had a hell of a series over there at Fragadelphia, so Chicken Coop with their work cut out for them, but they're playing with house money.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, they go into Inferno here. I think this is probably the more shaky map that you could go towards. And then M80 themselves pick into Mirage, which is a very interesting situation. They've been opting in for Overpass as much as possible, trying to fill the void that Anubis left. And overall, I think this veto is surprisingly still kind of beneficial to Chicken Coop, as silly as that sounds. But all that being said, the floor of M80 is so much higher than Chicken Coop's ceiling right now, Vincent, that I'm not really... I feel like this whole veto conversation is kind of pointless in a way.
It feels like that might be the case, and I would have probably agreed with you if it were for the fact that like Chicken Coop found a way to like take a map off this team, just a couple of weeks ago, right? And it was a tight map, and that was after they got 13-0'd in the first one. So I think like the general whole series conversation is still in that boat. But as for like where they can be competitive, I think that there is a conversation to be had. Dust 2 was that map that they took off. That's our decider. I think the real question is, what is this Inferno pick look like? Because it's a map that's like kind of in Chicken Coop's pool, but it's really in M80's pool. And on top of that, it is a map that I feel like this core of Chicken Coop, I haven't seen them play on for a very long time. They seem to be kind of putting that into their veto as much as possible recently, with the changes, because they were an Anubis team. MBS loved Anubis, and they played a lot. I also really rated J Chance on that map. So like the Anubis overpass change is like a really big hit for them. And I think that that's why they're having to kind of adjust towards an Inferno, which I don't know if that's the space they're going to find some success in this one, to be honest with you.
Now, with all that being said, we talk about this awkward veto in a sense. Mark, how do we feel about any sort of off chance? If there is some off chance of an upset to be caused here, who are you looking towards to kind of ascend and make this one a potential 3-map affair?
It has to be Gabe and Wreckmeister. I mean, they were going absolutely insane throughout especially the Lycus series. I mean, that one was not even competitive. They blew them out in 2 maps, and it was really quickly, and it was because they were picking into those trains, and they got those Dust 2s as well. They found some common ground there with Lycus in that train pick, but they picked into that train right afterwards. It was one that they, obviously played against M80 at Frag. It was one that they were picking more at Frag, right? And I think that I am, just wondering where the confidence is in terms of this veto, because I think that, my question kind of there wonders how they're exactly going to walk into the server here. I need them to walk into the server and absolutely, kind of put out exactly who is on the other side of that thing, because they just got to shoot. And to be honest with you, that is exactly what they're here to do. Jay Chance had a couple of ridiculous games as well. If they could just do that, they'll make it competitive.
If I want to be a realist, though, Vincent, who is the player that I'm looking at that catches the most of your eyes on that M80 side?
I mean, I feel like there's the obvious choice, which is, Ben Lake consistently, and you can tack on like Swisher as kind of 2 sides of the same coin on that one. But the other thing that's like, not even maybe quiet, but like quietly goes under the radar a little bit is the opping. Like, I think that, like I said, I have some questions about some of the stuff I saw at like the final in Frag for Slacks, but like against NA competition, he is like a consistent like 1.3 player, and that doesn't change, it seems. I mean, just look at the recent results here for M80. Like they took the EPL spot. They were consistently able to win. You referenced the Revival series. They pretty much blew through that, didn't drop a single map. This is a team that like has been showing up, and I think that like you got to look to Lake probably, but it's a who's who for the firepower with regard to this M80 team. And that's why you described it as like the floor for M80 is so high compared to even what the ceiling could be for Chicken Coop.
Absolutely. I mean, at this point, I guess our stage is kind of set. Do we have a head-to-head graphic production? I think that would be a fun thing to kind of take a look at if we do. And yeah, this is just the highest rated players of both of these rosters. I think for Lake, I've really admired his development as a player. I did think that initially when he was brought onto this team, he was a bit one-dimensional. I think that he didn't have too much to his game that I was excited about, but I think Swisher has just found a way to integrate him into this team very well, that I think he's figured out how he wants to approach the game to a certain point where he's invaluable. I mean, he's not someone that you could ever even think about removing, Mark. And I think that if they truly do want to be a force internationally, that it's got to be this guy to find that Malbs level of kind of performance in the near future.
Yeah, 100%. And like, not to be really cliche, but like, this guy has the intangibles like that. Every time I heard a conversation about Lake before, when he was on Unjustified, whatever it was because that he was always within the conversation, so curious about the game, so pressured to learn, and absolutely accepting that, and was so happy to do it. So, you know, that doesn't really surprise me. And to be honest with you, I think that they, you know, attract a player like Hext for the same reasons. Earlier, we were talking about how they want to make that step up to international competition. I think you may have been finding a ceiling, you know, with this rifling group, kind of with Rec out of that conversation, because I mean, the answer that they were giving into interviews as to, you know, why that change had to happen was they needed a larger voice within the team, you know, communicating on the outsides of the map. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing how, you know, a player like Hext, who, you know, almost joins literally, like, I believe a year almost exactly after Lake did. I remember last summer exactly when that happened. And here we are. It's gone pretty fast, and he's developed quite well as a player. And I think they add another really good piece here in Hex, who's going to be able to work really well as an individual outside.
Tell me more about oh yeah, go for it.
I wanted to jump in actually, because I want to play the other side of this, and I know Mark has talked about Rec a little bit, or Recmeister rather, a little bit, you know, in this pre-show already, but I want to dive a little deeper, because I actually agree. Felt like this team was pretty stagnant, you know, through the last season of ECL, and I really wasn't all that super high on like this one change being enough to change that. But I've gotten the privilege to like watch and talk to a little bit Recmeister as well, like over the last, you know, few weeks, and seeing him both at Frag, you know, in a couple of other games. I got to watch this team in the EPL qualifier, you know, a lot of games that I've been able to get to see. And I feel like it's kind of crazy how like this one change has actually changed for me, like the ceiling of this team so significantly. This is why, like before, I feel like this was a gatekeeper team that would consistently perform at a level you expect, but rarely ever above it. That's no longer the case. I think that, you know, it's hard to kind of peek behind the curtain and see exactly the reasoning why, but whether it's just like the introduction of some new ideas, you know, a little bit of younger blood to join what is ultimately a pretty old team for this level of North American competition. I think I've been really impressed with the not just the firepower. You saw it in the stat line, that can tell you that story, but also the, you know, the small things, the intangibles that Recmeister seemingly has been able to bring to this team that now as a whole feels like they're elevated a little bit. Like I said, I was not in, but I've been pulled in here, Paladin, and I gotta say I'm impressed. So whilst before I would say never a chance, now there's there's small outside chance.
Well, we'll see what these upstarts can do against M80. Now all the gauntlet is being laid down. The analyst desk is over. Our match is live here. The first quarterfinal at Thunderpick, World Champion North American qualifiers. Vincent and Mark, take it away.
Happy to do so, Ani, and here we are rolling up into Chicken Coop's map pick. This is where they're going to be challenging on exactly some common ground between M80, and it's been shaky for them up in the process, but, you know, whipping this Inferno back, it's been a little while since we've seen it since LAN.
Yeah, it has been. And they had some good performances here, a dominant game against Zomblers, but that's a game that I think that they should be winning most every time, along with a loss that was tied against Tsunami. So I think that basically tells the same story of those question marks. You're going to see an A play coming forward, pop out of the apartments.
Oof. Next, this is where he needs to shine, right here at this anchor. This was the job title, but surprise, here comes Mason Sanderson swinging out, and he's got a double to line it up into a 2v2. Rek gonna put in the digits here, and this is the duo that we did point out. Gabe and Rek are gonna have to stand up today and just be so potent as they double swing, but look at how that turns out. It's the German swinging by all the way with Swisher, who hops on the defuse.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fantastic effort. The ideas behind that for Chicken Coop were good. And to be honest with you, a pretty crafty A-side setup for M80 that I'm pretty impressed they actually get broken into from the beginning. I think that Hex does a great job of selling that fake, even though he doesn't really get any kills. And then Lake delivers the double that is sort of the minimum if you're going to like be baiting your teammate to like get into that position. But Swift trading gives Chicken Coop a bomb plant. And you know what that means? It's time to keep up the pressure with a force buy.
That's exactly the motto here today. And they gotta exactly match the temperature here. We know they're not gonna exactly get any freebies here versus M80 squad, who have, dude, jumped off the block and could not have started off their sprint better. I think that was actually a swimming reference I just made, but by all means. I mean, these guys qualify for Pro League straight away. I mean, it was not even competitive over in the Revival series. We had John on the broadcast, JRT, yesterday, and he was on with Paladin for the grand finals, who I was waiting for. I tuned back in after an hour, I think at 9 p.m., after it started at 8, and it was literally over in a snap. I mean, it was two quick maps that were had against the Blue Jays, who are NA's next most promising project here, which, you know, we can talk about a lot of these roster moves, and I think we can give M80 the award for probably best roster move in the offseason in North America, though it's not too crazy of a competition this year. Big boost on the other side, and Slacks is going to be dropping 2. That had the point at which it was a little uncomfortable, but they survive.
It's those little gimmicks that I think is going to make this really hard for Chicken Coop. Like, M80 has a lot of those, and I'm not saying that they're a team that wins by gimmicks on this map. That's not true. But what is true is that M80 has a lot more time that they've invested into this. And, you know, even with a roster move, you know, pretty recent, I think that with Hex experience, betting him in it's just like a whole different situation than, you know, if you were trying to play compare and contrast. So as a time whittles its way down, this force buy is basically just flat entirely. 4 kills for Slacks. He gets the first 2 on that boost, but beyond that, just continues to find good timings there at Arch side, and not a single kill for Chicken Coop, much less a bomb plant to continue to put on that pressure. They're gonna have to save. There's no choice.
No choice at all. It'll be all good for him. I'm sure they're expecting this to go a certain way today, but I think it's that mentality that adopts them to know that it's going to be challenging. They're not expecting themselves to exactly lose without any type of force. It's a 13-0 that was put up on their first map over there in Fragadelphia 19 when they met up in the quarterfinals, if I am remembering correctly. It might have been around to 16, but it was literally right after that there was the Dust 2. They won 13-11. Quarterfinal, thank you.
Good looks on that one, or at least on the ability for Chicken Coop to bounce back. Swisher tested, but we're going to call that one a wash. All about an ace on the anti-eco. It's pretty easy when they're just going to be shooting with Glocks, though, to be fair.
That's just amazing, and just salt in the wound so early. It's Chicken Coop that slip up on the Swisher mat, and he will take one of those every single time. A bit of a freebie. He'll remind you, go back to the MP9, and it seems like M80 are looking to get a little bit more aggressive on Banana. That's great. I'm so happy to see a highlight like that out of Swisher. Obviously, it's, you know, we're not going to get too overzealous with it being that it was the eco, but I mean, there was a lot of mystery as to, you know, what move M80 were actually going to make here in the offseason when, you know, probably an untimely roster move happened that nobody really expected in the NRG situation, who obviously bench Hexed and OC and bring in Carson and Exotic. And to be honest with you, M80 probably weren't expecting a guy like Hex to be up on the market. So when they saw that opportunity, it was a no-brainer.
I mean, I think NRG are going to really regret letting Hex go. It's maybe not even a hot take, but
no, you're right.
Just I mean, a reality that kind of already is being shown with NRG's like struggle to perform and show show the same level in the last 2 tournaments they've played versus M80, who are making the finals and winning those tournaments.
Not for Philadelphia, unfortunately.
Well, making the finals, you know, that's the other part of it.
This is true. This is true.
Remember, NRG were there, out in the quarters.
It was a very nice final that they did have in 5 maps versus Kaleshi, who did take it, the former Rebels roster, that is. They are smoked off right at the bat, 35 seconds to go.
That's tough.
And M80 are reading it well. They got 3 players here on B if this is where they decide to pull the trigger. They got an immense amount of boost right now to try and just let this out. I mean, as soon as this drop goes down, what do you even do? Fight here, just take the save.
Yeah, that's brutal. And Lake's like the 3rd man to activate. This is a setup that I don't think they're breaking.
And with 9 seconds, they'll at least attempt something. And Gabe gonna find these entries alongside with J Chance, who's gonna get the bomb with enough time, but not with enough coverage. There was a 3rd man in the cut right there who stood up right when he needed to. Wreckmeister may get a couple more cents off of it, but won't actually cash out. It's 4 in a row for M80, keeping pace how they enjoy it.
Single flash, single smoke, and a single Molotov for, you know, what was 28 seconds left. That was what Chicken Coop working with on that execute, and you can see why that's such a problem. Sin, uncontested, just gets a free shot. He's holding an angle, and so sidelines the 1st man through. And, you know, from that point on, like I said, I was singing the praises of the setup. It stands tall with Lake, the final man, to, you know, put the finishing touches on that one. It's a little ambitious from Slacks, but he gets the information he's searching for. That Molly, though, they're not going to actually do anything.
This is more like it. Just throw in your bodies at the board here. I really respect the fast play for the Chicken Coop, but it looks like it's going to be the Knight. It's Hex that walks up a couple more feet, takes that peek into lane, and it will be the triple out here for the Canadian player backing up his AWP. Wreckmeister, you're surrounded, my friend. Hands not up as a sign, but M80 will find 5, and that will be with 0 casualties as well. That's damning.
Yeah, this is the, you know, the thing that I was kind of talking about for Chicken Coop, you know, discussing how I think that their ceiling has certainly been raised. The hard part is that, as I think Ani was very correct in mentioning, the M80 are at a level right now, and the fact that they've had a couple more weeks now to like get everything bedded in with this roster change, I feel like their floor is crazy high for North America, and it's kind of not even close, actually. No one is in the even conversation.
Get back to the politics in a moment, because right now it looks like we're throwing out the rule book, just scrambling up towards the top of B, and Slacks definitely not getting away unscathed. He's at 17 here, but he's got a trusty man at his hip. It's Sin that will equip at least for 1, and it looks like they're just getting buzzed away in the extremities. It's Lake chasing them down, and now it's Slacks that can try and convert, and they will all line up effortlessly between the two. Still rocking with them. Happy to see this M80 core seeing all the way through. Unfortunately, we only have 1 more Swede, and then he benched himself. So that duo was all the way out. We kept talking about the Swedish duo, the German duo, who, you know, practically came in at the same time, talking about that wildcard roster. Have lots to talk about with those moves. Luckily, they have their own BO3 slot tomorrow.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to hold
speak
that.
about it.
Well, pick up the pace again with Drug a Banana.
Oh, man.
Pretty well last time, but only a 1-for-1.
He's feeling around this smoke. The in-game leader finds a second head up top. And the best start to the round that we have seen from the Coop so far. This Inferno has been heads above, but I don't really blame them for not wanting to, you know, pick back into a train, which, you know, M80 seem to be very adamant about, you know, trying to, you know, get polished up. Obviously seeing into overpass quite quickly compared to most of the projects. Hex trying to tease on this smoke. What type of timing is he going to find here? May have just heard a hop back, but now has been spotted and should be double peaked and only takes J chance. So Chicken Coop here up 4 versus 1, but with literally Seabass only 1 here walking healthy. This could be a slip-up situation, and Sin already found 1.
Yeah, the problem is the numbers. Even if, you know, there's probably some confirmation on a little bit of this damage, but not all of it. I don't think there's any reasonable person who would think, yeah, let's send this back in a 1v4. is the way it started. 3 remaining. So Sin just going to step back. They've got so much money as well to fall back on. It's just pretty easy for M80 to make this call. It'll be Chicken Coop on the board, though. It's actually MDS that really does the heavy lifting to get them there. Good regroup back towards the A bomb site. And ultimately, that early trade over in Banana worked out pretty well. I thought Swisher would probably get one, especially with the supportive flashbang, but he's not able to adjust the crosshair fast enough, and that is what starts the ball rolling in Chicken Coop's favor. Grab their first round.
Yeah, obviously that train did not go their way on land. It happens for you. It's a brutal blow sometimes, and it was that overpass that looked quite well in the grand finals versus Kaleshi. Tip to the hats there of getting that, I guess, prepared. I mean, this is a project that's been around for a while, even since before the overpass changed. So they're obviously dusting off the playbook, but happy to get that back in the situation. Maybe the entire belt to be had by Sin right now. MDS and Co. still try and hold on it to a certain point, but the only reason I bring that up is obviously you saw that in both the series before this in damn good stances, so hold back on that notion.
Chicken Coop have been pretty well bullied with a lot of the early utility for Banana. They haven't really found a solution for it. The utility, meaning more specifically like the HEs, have been pretty deadly for them in these early rounds, so makes life easier for M80. The good news is Chicken Coop, at that cost of some help, they do have full Banana control. Right now they're throwing utility as if this is going to be a B play, but to be honest, the bomb is here. That smoke is going to really complicate matters. They have the capability of running through it, but a third man returning, ooh, this is not great news.
Sprinting over Lake. Another smoke there. It was that Molotov they had existing in their pockets late in the scenario before, but Swisher is going to have to dolly on the way back, and look at this. Sin to just double up again. Trying on these late plays is just not going to pay off. Bullied in the early round, and you are raked away in the late round. Is there even a point at which the Coop can get involved? Not when Lake has something to say. A double alongside with Sin as well. That B defense bulletproof.
A lot of times the teams are going to look to play retake towards Banana, so they're going to allow someone like Chicken Coop to take that early space, and then throw retake utility, that nade set that we very often see with the half-wall smoke and such. And maybe you're not doing that. They're just kind of letting it happen and holding their utility on for the late round. That's what's so powerful about that. It's they have so many flashes there as the hit comes in at like 25 seconds where they can constantly fight, and Chicken Coop are just never able to stabilize because of that. It's pretty difficult when M80 have so much utility at that point in the round.
Just walking it up. Really good check out of Wreckmeister, who's blazing on the entries and really has brought a lot of juice and energy to this rifling core, as we've talked about a couple of times already. Hex back and forth on that angle. Is plenty of utility still left in the kit. And at this minute mark, he's going to cut off at least the access to brackets out there. Sin evens up the numbers, finding his opposing IGL sneaking around. Going quick then.
Problem is that, both these guys are towards the site proper. Hex, somehow gets two. The fact that there's nobody in the pit doesn't matter as Seabass finally gets the trade, but Hex has done enough. Reliable as ever.
The Uruguayan player puts down a smoke that's going to get all the way off of Moto for a lot of positioning that opens up, and it's Swisher might himself have to close the gap. J-Chance, these 30 seconds, will take it as he pleases. Swisher may need a couple more seconds to go. Chicken Coop are going to get comfortable here and try and actually land a knockout punch in a post plant.
See what that looks like. The problem is they got to move. Got to move quick. Unfortunately, Swisher meets a brick wall. That's difficult to break through, especially considering Moto's smoked the whole time. So Sin's low HP. He's either going to survive or try and get some exits. Either way, The end of the round is inbound. He'll take one with him. With the op recovered, Seabass should survive. And does. Get a second round on the board for Chicken Coop. It's been tough, but, you know, here and there, they're making their way forward. If they get onto a bomb site, to actually have a good post plant. The issue is that, like, B has been closed. There is no business happening at the B bomb site at all for Chicken Coop, and that's something they're probably going to need to figure out. We are getting down to the wire here. Only a few rounds left in this half.
Yeah, obviously, challenges like this are going to, you know, I think put expectations of score lines like this. I would be concerned if it was concerning for M80. And right now you have, you know, really kind of know a lot about that. But you can really tip your hat to the fact that it looks like Chicken Coop are really kind of staying on top of this aggressive brand. And I don't really see that changing. And I think that says a lot about this group, you know, where the strength that we talked about has been, you know, I know Paladin brought it up. I know you brought it up. This is a group that, you know, has been, you know, together for a while. MDS and Gabe have been together for the last 2.5 years. I think 3, you know, for the most part. 2 years ago, they first, you know, teamed with J Chance after on Rain. He was replaced by Kojo Mo. You know the story there from the former Davenport player, but obviously they joined back up. And I think if that experience shows out, it's going to be by not letting opportunities like this kind of nick them.
Yeah, I don't think that this is the type of opportunity that is, you know, make or break for this team. That's the good news.
No.
Met with a nasty nade, by the way, at the top of Banana. It does like 120 damage, if I'm counting somewhat correctly. And then they pivot back, hoping that they can walk towards mid. And they see Slox is right there waiting. And an AK, or rather, in this case, LycusEmpire around the other corner. It is Lake. It's that man that is now leaning back towards B. He's been here every time, and it's all the time that these are late plays with lots of utility on the CT side. Lake's got those flashes again, Mark.
Busher on top in the new first orange. And Lake looking like he wants to just torpedo himself through the smoke on top of the contact. And it is magnetic from Swisher. And Lake makes it so clean. Not a casualty in sight. 8-2 right here. It's a masterclass from M80 over here on this Inferno. And they aren't slowing down. It's a really good spot for them. No mercy seen.
Yeah, unfortunately, right now, the calling from MDS is just super readable. Like, M80 know what's going on every single time. They're stacked in the right location. And even when they aren't, you know, it's thanks to some individual moments like those picks towards bracket where they actually had only 2 players at A. You know, it's because they were able to find those opening duels, and Hex still gets a double kill. So, you know, it's a little bit of an overall letdown right now for Chicken Coop, which is, it's bad news because this is their map pick.
Yeah, but to be honest with you, like you spoke about, it's going to be, you know, really well practiced, super nuanced M80 on an Inferno like this. That's a very tactical look. So to be honest with you, I actually think I give them a larger chance on this Mirage, even if it is, you know, kind of a little bit less often seen by these fellas. It'll, you know, be an opportunity to literally just kind of have a deathmatch opportunity to see this through on the arches. It will not even actually get go. Rug all the way pulled out here from the newest gentleman on this squad, and he is making Chicken Coop look like a fraud straight up. A 4K for Hex. Welcome to the squad, my friend.
I mean, it seems like everybody's getting their multi-kills whenever they want it for M80. You talked about, like, the ability to just go death matching a little bit, right? Well, M80 kind of feel that way on the back half of this CT side. It hasn't needed to get complicated. It hasn't been complicated in any way. M80 doing what they do. 10-2 would be pretty bad news for Chicken Coop. At least the third round, I'd call it a requirement.
Yeah, I mean, between that difference, it's not going to make up much. I think they are, you know, probably excited for opportunity to second half pistol, but taking it round by round, I think their A site desire is probably the most, you know, likely point of success for them. They have put in a good couple of post-plant situations when they've had the opportunity to do so. Right now, they're running into the horns of Lake, who's got to and continues to bake out with this Deagle. Won't get the actual crawl. Hexed on this anchor. This is why they pay him the checks. Let's see how he survives all on his own. Unfortunate for the Canadian. He goes down with nothing to say about it.
Yeah, but look at the damage, right? J Chance is low.
A lot of time, too.
not necessarily all that healthy, and Swisher's already arrived on the scene. Sin's on the other side. This duo on the retake we've seen before, and they're going to try it again. MDS has really no choice but to try and step forward and just isolate some duels. Time taken, though, and that little stutter step from Sin buys enough time for Swisher to arrive and now get the defuse. Good work for M80. They take 10 on the CT half of Inferno.
Now, the cornerstone of this thing, the longest standing member of this M80 project, Swisher, gets that final kill. Final defuse of the first half, excuse me. And M80 move themselves up to a 10-2. It's these type of score lines, Vincent, that, I think when playing up against projects like Marsborne, up against guys like Getting Info, even the Blue Jays, they had really clean looks against the Blue Jays out there in that Revival Cup. But, I mean, this series that they had versus Marsborne right before they went to Frag in the, I would call it semifinals, but I really don't know how the formatting of the Pro League qualifier worked in the semifinals for that figuratively. Dude, they crushed them. It was absolutely insane. It was a 13-1 out there on that Anubis. Dust 2 was a lot better for Marsborne, as it's known to be. It was a 13-9 out there. But, Marsborne, a team that we're going to talk a lot about in a positive sense after this, for also having one of the more positive moves of the offseason. If you really see how they've changed up some of these roles, right? Monum looks really good back into the entry position. And so I think Marsborne is a team alongside Blue Jays who are going to improve so much into the rest of 2025. August is going to be a busy month for them as they start off into Challenger League and such. So excited to see them get that role.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I would agree with you on that part. To be honest, this one feels done, but, give Chicken Coop the benefit of the doubt that, a pistol round could certainly change the equation somewhat. It's in with pretty simple 2 flashes, single smoke to facilitate pistol round. 3B early for the CTs. Chicken Cooper ready and waiting. Those dualies, particularly for Gabe, ready to roll if they can get the opportunity.
Seeing ahead, holding quite aggressively over towards the top of car. There's more where this came from, probably. And that made it give it the respect. They just bounced back, but now they're getting the notice of flash in.
Sort of feels like it's shaped like a fake right now. Look at where the bomb's at. It's in alt mid, right outside of the apartment. So there isn't all that much to make this happen. They're just going to take contact. This is scary going into 3. They do make a commitment here.
How far do they actually take this go? Not for the full grab, I tell you what. Hext making sure we are all clean on the insides. It is Swisher with the bomb out here. Apartment's clean. Wreckmeister.
That step was heard.
Got some dualies, and he's got an inclination. That bird, Wreckmeister, surviving. Gets a little bit of help out of J-Chance, and now it is going to be Lane. That should be a good look for him as Wreck gets a little bit of cover, but they've caught up to the site here, and it is MDS that has to throw himself through the smoke alongside Seabass, who arrives just in time to give a golden key to the Chicken Coop for a second half. No bomb plant for M80 means they're likely going to have to give up a Glock round without too much to say about it.
I mean, M80 just kind of playing for fun right now. Swisher, I'm pretty sure, was on a burst.
They
right
better
there
be.
For the Glock.
I'm always playing for fun, dude. You should be.
I mean, you should be. I should be.
Unless you're Astralis, you can be sad. You can not enjoy playing with your teammates. It's a game, right? It's a game. Maybe that's why NA doesn't have all these majors.
Yeah,
eye.
That might be it.
Or not an actual North American team through Thunderpick. M80 took this personally. But Legacy were coming for you. And the heights that you reached at the major.
Yeah, I mean, just playing compare and contrast, right? Legacy, I'd say
it's my favorite game.
Came into that as significantly worse in the eyes of probably everybody, every pundit, than M80, and then rose to the heights that are not even close to comparable to where M80 kind of ended. And I think that is what really was the reasoning by trying to make a change for M80, is that they wanted that to be different.
Oh man, they're managing a little bit. Old Gabe here's got to reload. Show him some mercy. Not too much. A 4K out here from Gabe. He's getting opportunity to at least warm up at the end of this Inferno. I want to see how many rounds Chicken Coop can actually manage here, as, you know, really all they got to do is play a simple CT side and actually test the nerve of M80, see what type of plays they're going to be throwing at them to, you know, try and just hop right back on the horse. It's, you know, one that they want to try and figure out quick. And I literally mean that. They have SMGs on Seabass and MDS here to potentially go into Banana quick.
I mean, it's the fact that this team was able to, like, eat a 13-0 and then, like, go and win the next map that actually, like, was one of the first inclinations that this is like a different Chicken Coop. That this core is different than the previous time I had seen them over the last season of ECL. So
yeah,
you know, I do think that you're correct when you talk about being able to just, you know, find a couple of warm-up rounds and be a little bit more competitive in this map does mean something.
And I think there were some, you know, situations that had to do with the game, kind of outside of the game, that did, you know, there was some controversy to, you know, MDS and that situation out there with Gabe and the roster over on Perseverance. Like, that was last summer. They got banned for 2 months over there just due to some silly nonsense that, you know, shouldn't have happened. And obviously that puts a certain mood to them, you know, banned from those competitions. I believe they were, like, you know, surviving as Phoenix and playing a couple of times. But, like, I mean, obviously not very happy with yourself making a decision like that. But, I mean, you know, that does a certain thing to you. I think it hurt their reputation a little bit in North America as well. But, you know, it's solid results like this and working hard that will really bring you back. And I think it's brought a lot of respect here to, you know, players that had it, right, that have been grinding for a long time. And so this is seeing into a really good feat for them. You can tell they're motivated and with a fresh mindset.
What this A play has to offer, it's 4 up through Arch. So they're going to take it long wise. 3 in defense, but this does complicate matters. It's just Hex who's coming through the apartment side. Great trade initially. Now Hex can activate with Biddy. It's only going to get the 1, and oh boy, Seabass able to survive.
Gotta chase him down, equipping with that MP9, and now all down onto Swisher. There's 2 in a pack on the other side, and Swisher knows that well, so he's gonna smoke him. 1v1 now against Gabe, who just had that 4K and is just as hot as Swisher on the other side, but it's his head that will drop. And the Coop, they pull it up to a clutch situation, and it's this time they're coming on top. M80 now are going to be staring back, wondering, well, we can't just get the gimmies. We got to throw a knockout punch right now to find 11 at least.
It's just a really important frag and then moment for Seabass to stay alive there in pit. That, you know, if he goes down, if that's a trade instead of, you know, just a 1 for none where he stays alive for, you know, 15, 20 more seconds and is able to play off his teammate for the retake, you know, then we're talking about M80 taking that round. Instead, it's Chicken Coop to break through, and it's M80 back onto a half buy where they've got an AK, you know, but mostly pistols and a bunch of utility, admittedly, in the mix as well. So it is that classic take the step in front of you. Don't overcomplicate matters. Good trading on that bomb site for Chicken Coop.
Might be a bit of a surprise here. It depends on the timing. Lake can't quite find the full look at the headshot, but it'll be Hex that turns that corner, and now provoked. It's the Chicken Coop that are going to have to survive above the pressure right now. That's not going to give them a chance to get ready. Not going to wait for a second to go. They're just going to pull onto this gas and absolutely throw it through the floorboards right now. They speed into the site. They throw this bomb down, and they're going to be locking every single catalog right now. Chicken Coop are going to be chilling over here on A, holding on to their 2 guns.
I mean, Hex with an entry, that's pretty deadly in and of itself. And then you get that 1 rifle that they brought into that round at the forefront and changed the tide. Chicken Coop leveled out on the bomb site over at B. Not much to say beyond that. M80 steal a round away. 2 saving.
Oh.
Team,
Like, you got a problem with your new teammate, man?
I just feel like,
Come on,
you know,
dude.
same team. Like,
Love tap. Get that on. We love to see it. They're having a good time out here.
is that what it is when you do that?
For me, especially, of course. The only thing it could mean.
All right, I'll take your word for it. It just doesn't feel very loving when my health goes down.
Context matters.
This is true. Make a fair point. Context for this game, though, changes pretty heftily after that round as Chicken Coop, who are starting to make that comeback now on a lesser buy, at least on paper. To be fair, MDS is the only one who's really taken a whole lot of less firepower in the case. So, see what they can provide, but M80 onto a bit of a free buy round because of it.
Just go Echo on that same play. Maybe a little bit faster because it's MDS that'll unfortunately just run into disaster there. He had to commit to the play that they do call up. It's simple, but to be honest with you, that's what worked for Chicken Coop. I mean, to be honest with you, they got, you know, two pretty familiar matchups to them, but ones that I, you know, really wanted to see how exactly they would match the tone of. Wreckmeister finds a lurking Hext and is going to be dropping him. They should have the information of a B play now, knowing exactly what that player is meant to do. But it's M80 that adjusts.
Should be an adjustment made. You say that, though. Still not a confirmation. This sell for Slacks is being very effective. Third man joining the defenses here. Leaves only Seabass in the A bomb site. He's about to be split. Walk through the smoke straight up. In Lake. Get in position. Slacks is hearing all of this. How many can he get?
Getting none. The Uruguayan player all alone. And unfortunately, he will stay alone in the grave. He is all alone for it. Sin and Lake. How are they going to make this one happen? Low HP for it. Right now, they got to be slick. They got to be stylish. It's a nade that will just buy them back. They got to worry about multiple sides right now. And Mason, he's going to stand like a turret up so close. How does he try to swipe this one away? It's by lining them up and just dropping them like pins. He pivots and just absolutely looks perfect. It's M80 that will pitch their way all the way up, and they got 12 rounds staring right back at the Coop.
I mean, I really love that decision from Lake. Just to basically stand in such an exposed position, it's just going to be incredibly unexpected for everyone on the porch side of that approach. And because, I mean, everyone making their way through that motor smoke is almost certainly, unless they're nading it open, going to be looking towards site, not towards default box, which is where Lake was standing. Lovely decision making, and that's just something, little detail that Lake pulls back, and it's 4 kills for him that give 12 to M80.
On the 30, at least it's on your opper. Next, finding a curious Wreckmeister, finding a little bit of revenge in this sense. Honestly, in my head, I was kind of making the comparison that, you know, M80 kind of got this in common. You know, making a move sort of like Chicken Coop, finding a rifle that's going to bring a whole lot more life, you know, what they were missing, so to speak, to this core, and try and open up kind of the expectations, the ceiling way higher to both of these rosters. Is just that, you know, you compare where both of these teams are on their journeys, and obviously M80 are making majors. The Coop are trying to do better in these RMRs. Well, you got to get through these VRSs. You got to improve right now, and they're doing it well. It's a 1v4 for MDS. And off the course, off these trains, off these Dust 2s, that's all they've seen in Thunderpick. On to an Inferno. They challenge against one of M80's best. You're thrown right into the water by Lake. It is a 13-5 that is put down onto the Coop. We got Paladin waiting in the wings to break this one down after a dominating victory.
Yeah, very interesting matchup, all things being said, from M80. I didn't necessarily see the elite caliber of M80 that I saw last weekend, but it's one that got the job done very considerably. And as I kind of mentioned in the pre-show, the fact that the B level of this team is this good is something to be feared for the rest of this bracket. And you saw that very clearly throughout this map. And you start on that CT side, and you talk about the dominance in the CT utility down banana. It didn't feel like you had a core of Chicken Coop members trying to scale up the banana side without sub 50 HP 90% of the time. It made Swisher's job holding down sandbags very, very simple. The only rounds they were able to get by is when they were able to dodge the CT utility just for a little bit and kind of speed up the pace. But for the most part, you can see the levels to the calling on both ends, where I don't necessarily feel as though MDS's calling was up to snuff against the caliber of M80. All that being said, like, the reads were very easily readable. I didn't see many lurks being employed. I didn't see really any push-pull in terms of card control, brackets control, allowing for this very dynamic CT side of M80 to constantly garner information at any point in time. That being said, there are still caveats that I will say for the CT side of M80 that I don't feel like Hex was being utilized as well as I've seen him on previous maps as an anchor. I think the best portions of Hex's game is when he can dictate the pace. I didn't necessarily feel like he was able to dictate the pace on his end of the map. Very stoic on that A bomb site, keen on just staying static, and I think that's where he actually doesn't play very well. I think that turret style of anchoring is not what makes him exciting. It's when he can play a bit more forward facing in the apartments, maybe have a little bit more of an aggressive setup on the bracket side. I think putting him in that pit end is going to compare him to Rec, and I think that's where Rec can overperform and definitely shut out what Hex can provide in terms of that static anchoring. So I'd like to see that change up a little bit. And then we switch over to the T side. Another thing that I was a little worried about is I'm still not a big fan of how Sin is approaching these offensive mid rounds as well. Very similar issue that I had compared to Chicken Coop's T side, where you had this problem of a lack of lurking, a lack of information in these mid to late rounds that it did feel a little lax in terms of some of their protocols. Granted, they were so far ahead that I'm not going to necessarily write it off and say that this is a big issue. But for me, I still feel as though Inferno is a map that can be exploited further on in this tournament. And I'd like to see that kind of exploited by a Wildcard or an NRG as far as that is concerned. But they still got the job done. You still see the individual flair of this roster, where you look at players like Lake, who is able to dominate in some of these post plant scenarios, where yes, objectively, positionally, Chicken Coop have the answer in terms of the retake, but just the individual prowess of Lake is on another level. You saw the stellar holds from Sin and Swisher on the B bomb site, and again, Slacks is just a turret on the arch side, on the A side, just continuously making sure that he's hitting the shots necessary and getting to the right place on the right time. So credit to M82 for still looking like the team expected to win and trounce through this game. But I'm always going to be nitpicking this team as far as their bracket is concerned, because I want to see the very best of this roster. And if we point fingers and we see how they kind of develop as they inevitably get the NA invite for some of these international events, you're going to have to see where those weak links arise. And those are the kind of things that I have seen as far as the developments are concerned. A bit too static of Hexed, a bit sharper on the T side mid rounds that I need. And I think just the development of how they want to use their T sides as a whole. I think that just development will have to really catch up to them if they want to showcase that prowess with a deeper map pool moving forward. But we've got Mirage on the cards right now. I think this is where Hex's adaptation and implementation has been very stellar. This is a pretty much wash in my opinion. I'd like to see something from Chicken Coop, an improved performance from somebody like Wreckmeister, maybe a bit more exceptional calling, up tempo pacing from MDS in terms of the calling. But all that being said, folks, we're going to take a little bit of a break. When we come back, M80 on map number 2 of this quarterfinal series to see if they can just sweep their way through to that semi, get ever closer to the close qualifier berth. Domination from M80 as we sort of expected so far to start off this series, but I think the fashion in the domination was what was kind of most upsetting to me is just the fact that we got not necessarily the cream of the crop M80 that you would kind of expect at their highest peaks, but one that could probably pass as like a B grade M80, and they still just wiped the floor with Chicken Coop. Mark, if I have to point fingers at any point, who am I looking towards to say they've got to make the ascension here in Mirage? Because I didn't feel like I really had any sort of silver linings to write home about there on Inferno.
I mean, it's Wreckmeister that's just gonna need to have his type of game. He's a guy that was brought onto this team to, have these breakout performances. I think, with this core of players, sticking together for so long, one question Vincent and I had was, like, where's the firepower coming from? It's coming from Wreckmeister, and it's through, like, the energy that he brings. It's, lit up Gabe, and it's gonna have to be that same conversation. I hate to say that twice, but it needs to be them.
Well, let's see what Gabe and Wreckmeister can do here on Mirage. It's win or go home for Chicken Coop as they take on M80 on Mirage.
Get this thing underway, man.
Yeah.
A chance, I guess, here for Chicken Coop, but yeah, I feel like Otni's being a little bit harsh on M80 right now. I wouldn't say it's their S tier game.
I appreciate
maybe an A-.
I appreciate the notion, though. I appreciate the notion. It's not exactly like a 13-0, 13-1 stomping, but, obviously you're seeing a little bit more wiggle room in there from... This is a team that, North American fans want to see at the major take a next step. Here goes Seabass and J-Chance. They go right out from under, and they're trying to make M80 uncomfortable. They have, but it's going to have to be right here in the site where they're going to have to mix it. It's Wreckmeister that must have heard us talking about him in the green room because he's got 3 shots out of that USP. Something tells me we may not be done with this round. I was going to prompt that up for potentially a clutch attempt, but unless MDS has something to say about it, he'll get it done. Wreckmeister, so flashy off the rip.
Yeah, I want to kind of transition this conversation a little bit into maybe answering what Ani posed in your direction. He was talking about like the fragging power. To be honest, I don't think the fragging was like the problem. Everybody was getting run over at about the same level in Inferno. For me, Chicken Coop need to do what they just did. They need to play a little bit differently. If they play standard Counter-Strike right now, they're going to lose, and it's just not going to be close. So, toss a little bit of something weird into the mix. Double push underpass. When's the last time you saw that in a pistol round? It's very, very rare. I think that those type of swap ups are exactly the ticket to give Chicken Coop a little bit more of a chance than they would.
Going to the den of Wreckmeister may cost them, is now they are going to be bringing it right to Seabass, who may go down with absolutely nothing, and they actually connect. They're going to be stirring this further, but it's Wreckmeister that it's actually the first traded out there before Seabass, so all is well in the world of M80, locking down this B site with a smoke on the window. They just got to take these fights confidently.
Well, they both got their 1, so at least that gets the numbers in a reasonable space. But this additional smoke is actually really problematic for Door. They're going to try and drop a lurk one on their own, but that gives Slacks a little bit of an easier time right now.
Jumping through on that, Slacks can potentially line them up on that Khalil, but it's Lake who was just so amazing in that first map. USP pulled right here, and now Sin, he's going to need to just square this one up properly, but it is the up player that just has to recover a kit. Unfortunately, no time about it. Just slide right past him as he was getting on that pathing. I mean, so close to it. So closely burned are the Coop, but it's a 1-1 on that stint. And made he recover from the pistol.
Yeah, would have been a clutch for J-Chance, but not the case. Lake doing a lot of heavy lifting in that last round and a good execution. That flashbang that catches Seabass initially is actually fantastic. And I know Rec actually gets a kill, but he's insta-traded. It's really good, the details that M80 had on that B exec, despite pretty limited resources. So, gonna be pretty happy about that one. Chicken Coop gonna buy back. Right around all of that save as well. It's that same type of gimmick that I just told you I like to see. Unfortunately, Wreckmeister is not quite the prettiest spray.
Lucky to box that one in before the fire ultimately takes MDS, but yeah, you're going to need some of those more bold plays to not just result in the one and then done, especially with a guy we know that's potent on the aim, like Wreckmeister taking that precaution. Flash into middle, completely blind and no chance to even see what comes at you. Sin with the triple. And, you know, maybe this is what Ani was talking about. It's, you know, players on the extremities, maybe, you know, a Swisher, maybe a Sin. You want to see, you know, just bring the brutality here to try and see where exactly they're not going to find any room to breathe against a team that is, you know, at the tippy top of this North American competition, just right next door to Complexity.
I think for me, Chicken Coop, you know, another thing that really could improve with Mirage is J-Chance. He was like 5 and something at the end of the last map, and, you know, right around the same stat as MDS is, right? And I think that's just going to happen when you start T side and you don't get to play a lot of CT side on Inferno. But J-Chance is the kind of opper that really does require the op. You know, he can do a lot of good work on pistols, but like, I don't think that his rifles are at the level where you can really reliably put that in his hands. So I think that this being Mirage, you know, them starting on the CT side, it's got all the fixings of a better game from J-Chance for me.
This is not one that the Coop side sees into, you know, oh so often. I think, you know, this slot in their pool has been, you know, occupied by a Dust2 in the same sense of the pace, the role, how you might feel about one of these. But, you know, it was, you know, immediately flicked out in their original veto from Frag 18, where obviously it was that Dust2 onto that train, but it was coming out of that Chicken Coop knew it was a threat of Mirage, banned that out right next door. There's a lot here that kind of remains in the veto, but like we had a conversation kind of during that segment in the pregame, it's how much does that really matter in the gap of the expectations here today? I think it's up to the Coop to respond to any number of situations that they're thrown into for it and seeing how well they're going to match up to a team that attends majors.
A little concerned right now for the Coop. They don't have a ton of utility left at a minute 30, but they are taking precautions in that situation. It's MDS who's forward all the way into T-spawn, actually, though I feel like he's going to be getting like a lot of information right now, but the timing on this, if he's fully flanking mid, is going to be tight. Depends on how fast maybe want to make their move.
Well, in 1:05, they set their pace for it, and they try and get their rhythm all the way on, but can they even wait for the beat to drop? Lake can't. Blind, he's going to be taking out J-Chance here, and knowing that that player was all the way potent at default, you got to know where this is going to be in the aggressive stance that they were in. Wreckmeister rotates through, and with the HP that we have eyes on, not sure if that information is presented to the Coop. It may look a little bit more appetizing to go for, but it's this kill that needs to go well, and that's basically your ticket out of here, and the probably response to fade away. Wreckmeister with not much else, not, you know, many places else to go there in CT. He has to see out of it. Unfortunately, sees to his demise.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those tough moments from the rifler that we've been talking about a lot. It's Gabe. Misses a big opportunity. The first man goes down, and it's a fantastic entry from Lake. You got to give him a lot of credit, but, I mean, Lake is mostly blind for that fight, and he gets the adjustment with a Galil nonetheless, with Gabe having a huge advantage. That's the type of kill that Chicken Coop needed for that round to turn, and Lake delivers it big time, left on just 1 HP. 4-1. Scoreline is we're going to see the Coop have to eco once again.
And to test on a little bit more than the upgraded pistols, they got a little bit of Kevlar back there as well. So we'll see where it's actually going to be pressed by. A very impressive Deagle throughout this entire tournament. Wreckmeister has been pretty great on that, but off the peel, it's Lake that absolutely doesn't even give him a chance to stand. No dance happening there at the top of connector. All down here on the floor is Lake, and trying to clear out ladder. Not going exactly the way he planned. How do you do? You can see Bass around. He'll take care of Biz.
Yeah, for a team like M80, this type of round should just be a clean it up, send them out type of situation, and that's pretty much what it is. M80. And that's, I think, what Ani's talking about a lot when he's, what I said a little bit harsh in my opinion on the desk, but what he's looking for is he's looking for the team that's capable of playing up to the level of international competition. And, I actually agree with him that there's sometimes that you see that level, and other times that there's some big weaknesses that get exposed. And we saw that in the frag final against Kaleshi. Despite the fact it went like 5 maps, there was a lot of upside in that, but it also had some significant downside as well, where we saw some of those weaknesses exposed, and that's to a team that realistically isn't at the caliber that M80 are hoping to rub shoulders with. They're looking to take a step that's higher than that, and by a pretty significant margin too.
I mean, we'll see how that roster does develop. I know right after that grand final, they made a move out there, and I know that just sitting there watching it, I know it was not even them being the best Polish team at that tournament for their money. Great turnout out there for Kaleshi. Wreckmeister finds a lake down there, all the way making it into a 4v4. A bit of revenge for how that duel went last time. Hex finds quite a bit of ground here. Off guard is Seabass. He'll know that territory well. Familiar wheelhouse feeling at a 4v2 stance. M80, like we spoke about it earlier, how this may look on an Inferno, how this may feel, it just feels like a bit of a death match right here.
It isn't over just yet. The bomb is actually in a pretty uncomfortable position in Sand's hands, but he's got the perfect timing. Gabe, on an understandable search for like some further information, but also just like anything at all when you're in a 2v3 like this and M80 are so spread out. J-Chance, nothing is actually clear, which is so frustrating for him. You can see he's looking in every single direction and has no idea where the enemy could be. That's the type of chaos that M80 are sowing within the Coop, and well, things go from bad to worse as Chicken Coop take a tactical timeout at the very minimum, but feels like a pretty difficult time for them as they have not even really looked like they have a default that I feel I would consider competent. Like they haven't even gotten to that point.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, that's kind of how Chicken Coop's group games felt. I mean, they were literally just blowing out LycusEmpire against where it was all the way down in some of their stint. I mean, against Aether, it was a little bit better on that first map, but I mean, other than that, it was, completely a difference of that separation. I wonder how, Micro and Tender and the boys are going to do. John thinks that, they have a bit of a chance to upset against that, shaky NRG squad tomorrow. I wonder how you may feel about that. I know you have some shaky expectations of Exotic and the boys as, it may come to seem, but all the way out here, I mean, with so much to go here, it's M80 that are going to sit at the top of the bracket. Obviously, later tonight, you're going to be seeing the top of this bracket. It's getting info in Marsborne, but to be honest with you, both of those teams are probably in better standing right now than both Wildcard and NRG, just in terms of how they've been playing.
I don't agree with that.
I don't know. Wildcard got smoked.
The NRG part is what I don't agree with, just to be clear. Wildcard, that's just like, honestly, not even worth a conversation right now.
I think LAG are going to take that tomorrow.
I really kind of hope they do, just because it would be great for a team like LAG to be able to make that. This is interesting. Chicken Coop are actually, making some good decisions right now on the macro level. They're getting pushed up. But the issue is that like Lake has such important positioning right now, and if they just go up through connector, there's one man in defense, and surely is going to be found out. Right now is about to swing in, and now spotted, seen, and they're so far away. The rest of Chicken Coop, Seabass just doesn't have support within the same zip code.
And those missiles, they are going to be here maybe a couple seconds too late. Wreckmeister actually right around this with an AK, but I need you to hold on to this for when it really matters, Wreckmeister. That AK gone in vain as Slacks gets to pick up a triple potentially at the end. Face that smoke, but it is the second German and the one that leads to find that, and it is 7 that stamp across quickly into a tech. We'll get a quick refresh, whatever the issue may be, but it's anything that they're M80 off of their coin at this point, even if it's not intentional.
Yeah, I want to go back to what I was talking about though a moment ago. Like, at least on the macro level, I like some of the ideas that Chicken Coop are putting together. Like I said, they've had a couple of these gimmicks, these ideas that do make sense. They're going to give them some slight advantage. The issue is that once you get deep into the round, it feels like they are so very clearly lacking knowledge and information across the map. And I don't necessarily know what that's like to allot that to, other than M80 just like denying said information pretty effectively. But on top of the fact that Wreckmeister is the only one who's having like it moments on an individual level where he can, you know, find a couple of kills, this is certainly problematic, and this is becoming more so for a chicken coop that I think you described them correctly as the hottest team out of the groups. But the problem is that, you know, it's not even that they overheat, they just meet someone a little bit hotter, and it's pretty quickly looking like that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really big occasion, and not one that, you know, they're particularly ready for. You're just hoping that they're going to be able to put up, like, you know, 5 to 6 rounds on this Mirage in totality, you know, probably even, you know, kind of catching your expectations for this. It's a Mirage that is actually like pretty rare for the Coop, but like, it's Mirage. Like, let's be real here. If you're going to have the opportunity to have any sort of chance here against M80, you're not going to beat them tactically. It's got to be in the fragging department. They know how that Dust 2 went last time. They're not letting that through. So this is where they've got to discuss it. And I talk about the occasion maybe being a little bit too large, because I'm afraid that's what it is affecting, you know, players like Gabe, players like Seabass and MDS who, you know, are currently struggling here. And I know that Wreckmeister is really confident. And I mean, you know, you and I have gotten to know the guy a little bit in the last month, seeing him in some of his other tournaments. And, you know, I believe we saw him at the major as well. This is a guy that's like super hungry to get into the server and was very excited about, you know, this transfer from Take Flight to Chicken Coop, and a real opportunity to sit with, you know, experienced players right now. But I wonder if he, you know, kind of feels with the rest of this group that, you know, they're needing that kind of consistency to make sure that, you know, they're matching his vibe of his excitement to grind and to, you know, get an opportunity versus an M80, you know, every once in a while, and, you know, fully manage that type of process. It's obviously very hard to do. M80 is a team, like we've mentioned, that are pushing the very top of North America. So Chicken Coop here, as they brought themselves back into the conversation of probably the middle of ECL, they want to push the top of it. And, you know, it's going to be teams like Marsborne, teams like Getting Info that are really going to be within their camp that they're trying to scalp here. But M80, that's out of their class.
Yeah, it is. And I think that that's fair, but one of those situations where you gotta look to who's in front of you and try with whatever you can. A little bit of another wrinkle up into ladder, but unfortunately for Wreckmeister, it's only the single kill, and that's from his grave that he's actually the one to pick that up. Seabass, he's the other guy that I think, you know, had been doing pretty well in some of those moments on Inferno. Gonna have to stand tall. He's so very alone.
Seabass just slides, almost gets a good look onto Swisher, but this man is so fresh. Swisher was questioning his point in the team and if he would continue with this project, because they used to know what was going to happen, but the rest of this round seems to be a mystery right here. As Slacks, he drops to this floor, but that will be fully put down. It is J-Chance that has that squared up 1v1. It is the Coop that just shove a second to their side. And it's J-Chance getting on this type of vibe. 9 and 7. Wreckmeister needs a little bit of help, and he's showing up.
What's another example there where Seabass, it's not like in the numbers that you're seeing his impact, but bro, he did so much to delay, to allow J-Chance to arrive to that hit. And, you know, it's actually really important because J-Chance is the one to actually hit the big shots, you know, trade onto Swisher eventually, and is the one to pick up the kill in the 1v2 as well. An attempt from Slacks, of who has taken the opening pick in this round already.
Shot like out of a cannon and absolutely blows Lake and Sin out of the water. That is insane. Great start. Spearheaded into middle. Wreckmeister is not leaving anybody else out on the green right now. This is his course, and right now it's M80 that are a couple man down. Got to tee off on A.
Yeah, first time, basically this whole map, that M80 have actually been in a very uncomfortable position in like a mid-round to late-round scenario. Last one, a big one, but that's all about J-Chance. Now they stack the deck in the opposite side. Great opener there from Slacks, and Swisher's got the other side from the ramp, and it is looking like M80 have found a way to break through, despite the difficulties, despite Wreckmeister picking up those 2 kills in mid.
So they're up, posted right there, was obviously under pressure of that B site clutch opportunity. Here, gonna hit the shots long range. It absolutely decked you. Sees the forehead, finds it through the plywood, and right now it's M80 that eliminates Seabass out of the ticket booth as they grab theirs. 2 more as they need to just finish this out, plow their way into the second half, and hopefully meet that bar that Paladin wants to see them hit. This needs to be a steamroll out here from the rest of M80, and with 2 more right up on the board, a class of pistols that are looking back at you. Yeah, not looking too great.
That one hurts bad when you're looking back at it for Coop. It had such a fantastic opening advantage. But Slack's unstoppable. He finds everything you could ever want.
Been killed yet again. That did not prove fully successful for the Coop. But this time it is right in the heart of this play. It is trying to actually throw it out of the direction. Why is nobody looking here? Back turned out here for Max. Thankfully, Sin is going to make sure we're all on standby. Slacks with the Tech 9 is making sure he can have it with the secondary. What is firing out of this AK is Sin right now? Headshot only. He's getting that semi-automatic, getting his way to 9 as M80's alongside him.
It's just a little ridiculous when you're looking at the style points that Sin's adding on the back end of that round with the 1 taps, with the smile on his face, I could only presume, and with Chicken Coop. That round, it's not meant to be anything, but still. We're going to get very, very simple very quickly for M80. They go straight towards A. Going to be late supported. Oof. Fight for this entry, and Gabe's so very loud about what he's playing right now.
And in front of that Molotov too, Lake is going to know exactly where he's gotten off to. They're going to be boxing him out. It's chased through it, and it's just a chain that is blocked right there out on that A site. It flashes up. They're going to try and throw themselves into this, if the brick wall will allot it. Because right now, I mean, the spams aren't going their way. It's 1 more member that Slacks finds back from middle. Sin burned out here, and Kit on the back of Wreckmeister. Seabass finds Swisher and brings us into a 3v3.
Bomb's not actually planted for any of these guys that are ramp or even Tetris. This is actually problematic. There's a smoke too. That could complicate matters as well. Hex is the only one who can have impact, and he does. Delivers in a big way, and Sin puts it to bed. M80 at halftime make it look very simple. Back-to-back 10-2 halves.
That's what you want to see. It's sweet. It's succeeding. Like you said, it is simple CS. M80 put a nice stamp on that first half with double digits showing off of it. Elias must be pretty proud of his crew and pretty proud of his play. It is Sin that sits up to 15-4 right now as he leads the pack next to Mason for highest fragging.
Nah, Slacks is
I forgot about Slacks.
Yeah,
Just kidding.
It's the Germans.
16 kills.
Yeah, it's
Those
those
North America, man. They continue to carry us.
Yeah, it's those multi-kills that Slacks has really been showing up with. But, and this is what I was talking about, man. Like, I had some tough moments, I feel like, especially because in that frag final, it was Flay, if I'm remembering correctly, who was, like, really giving Slacks a run for his money when we're talking about the AWP. Genuinely, in North America, though, against in a competition, Slacks is untouchable right now. With only like 2 or 3 exceptions. I think.
100, probably like 1 exception.
Well, I think I'm giving respect to. Well, I was gonna say Halzerk for certain. I'm giving respect to what was a really incredible performance from Exotic on LAN.
Brew, actually,
for NRG. I think that gotta start showing some respect to him. And there's some other exciting oppers in there, but like the
Wolfie does a great job.
That Slacks brings, yeah, but also, he's also in-game leading. I feel like it's a little unfair. He's having to take on 2 different roles at the same time.
We'll see if the CT side even goes along, kind of far enough to see the big green brought out. Chicken Coop, whilst their way, tiptoe is likely the last end of a half here in Thunderpick. Will try and sound off. It's Wreckmeister that's going to go out kicking, go out damn screaming his way into market. 2 kills. He's going to have hot on the press as the remaining 3 members of M80 will try and retake. It's 2 from apartments, and they've got 4 guns up there.
Yeah, but the problem is that those are wielded by Lake. It's so difficult, but Greg is continuing to put him down. Swisher is the only remaining member here, and it will not be enough to pull it back. 2 pistol victories for Chicken Coop in Mirage, yet they still only have 3 rounds total. What does that say?
Gotta win those rifle rounds. Maybe a bit random. I don't know where you want me to take this. It's these pistol rounds that will be at 2 cents, but how long does it actually matter to the conversation?
If you remember, I'm pretty sure that they only have pistol rounds. I think the other round they got was a half-buy with the Eagles.
W.
So
Still Warriors.
that's where I was going with that. Sorry.
Because when we're out here at parts of the course, when, as you like to say, the rubber meets the road and M80 get the hands fully on these guns, it's nobody's biz. UMP finds one down below. Slacks, Sin, whose turn is it now to go ahead and scar. Slacks gets a second, and then Swisher so sweet, he gets in and will complete. All the way sweeped off of this A site are the Coop, and that was their buy?
Yeah. That was their buy, believe it or not. And I think it's actually the same. M80, if my mind is recalling correctly, they had 5 survive on the force buy round in round 2 of the first half. 5 survive in round 2 of the second half as well. Chicken Coop, who I'm pretty sure don't currently have a coach. Maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong on that.
They do not have a coach.
Yeah, so that could be, I think, another next step actually for this this team. They've been rocking without a coach for a long time. Ever since, was it Cooper who was coaching them?
I believe it was Champ who was briefly coaching that, take flight half of the roster, but that is, I believe,
that was
the
long time
right,
ago.
but that's what I mean. I think that's the last coach they had involved. So it's interesting. MDS took a stint back at one point when Laffy Tease was on the squad.
He did,
and they were
correct.
rocking with him for a while. Excuse me.
Yeah, that is right that he did. That seemingly pretty short-lived though.
Yeah. Lil sounds through, but here are these Tech 9 still singing. We got to see if we're actually gonna reach the octave desired. Flash, it goes a little bit further. Bomb plant not going to mean much. You got to see into the end game. Unfortunately, it looks like we won't even get there. 12 now netted in and a little bit easier brought on than what was brought on by the fire of that Inferno. That was the Coop from, that was the pick from the Coop. But right here on the home turf of M80, they show you what is exactly up. It's going to be 8 rounds total in the series that Coop might put out here. I want to see more of a press on this, but like I said earlier, it's Chicken Coop that were the hottest team coming out of these groups, impressed a whole lot, and it'll likely be commiserations to them in a 2-0 fashion, but I think there's a lot to be excited about on this roster. I mean, even look at this Mirage and saw they never gave up. Wreckmeister still was, somewhat involved with this. I know 14 frags will, probably prompt you to believe, maybe a little bit more, but in this type of blowout, it's kind of just padding the stats when you see that type of performance.
I did the research. It was Cooper Trooper. I was right.
Cooper Trooper. Yes. Okay. When
Sorry,
you said Cooper, I was
I did. There is 2 Coopers, and yeah, respect to that one. But yeah, I meant
he's
Cooper
a legend.
Trooper.
Yes, I remember that.
And yeah, because he was playing with them for a little while with in last summer when they were under Phoenix. Yeah. Anyway, the
looks like they've finally risen from those ashes, Vinny.
That's true. The quick little history lesson aside, this one's probably going to be a fast move in the wrong direction. Chicken Coop likely to be seeing out of this thing almost immediately.
You said headed in the wrong direction here in this Mirage, but overall, it's the Coop headed in the right direction. Commiserations to them having a great stint over in the group stage. They absolutely threw out the LycusEmpire and Aether in glorious fashion, but rolling up to the playoffs, man, sometimes you're going to punch your ticket into a major attendee. It's M80. They're trying to see where Legacy is exactly at. They punched their ticket to go through our first series here, and they're trying to be our second. We talked about them potentially being our favorites here, as they are going to move their way to play the winner of Getting Info and Marsborne.
Yeah, good showing, and it's clear where M80 stand. We're going to talk things over. Get Paladin on the mic to discuss all the details of a 13-3.
Commiserations to Chicken Coop for getting this far and having that hot stint throughout the group stage. I actually really do like what Wreckmeister showed here. I like how Chicken Coop actually wanted to push this guy forward and put him on the server as much as possible. The way they were boosting for him, the way they were asking him to, I don't know, there's a lot of support for him. The flashes were there, the positions were there, the baiting was there, and it was very well done that they wanted to promote this guy. I think this is one of those talents that you got to keep an eye on moving forward. I would really like to see a little bit more of Chicken Coop moving forward, and I think that although they lost this map much more compared to the previous map, I do think there was actually a lot more silver lining to this Chicken Coop roster than meets the eye. And I just do think that there was just a little bit more gumption to them. The way that they were approaching some of these rounds was a little better, but unfortunately outclassed in the mid round once more. They looked hopelessly lost in certain scenarios where I think Sin called circles around what Chicken Coop had on offer, and that was the real worry for me. And I think moving forward, that's the next step in the right direction for Chicken Coop. Either playing against these rosters at these levels of rosters might promote them in that right direction, or maybe an IGL move might steer them in the right direction as well. But either way, I am still happy with what I saw from them. On the M80 side, improvements from them as well. I do think that Slack showcasing how to play CT opping down to a T, T side opping to a T throughout that half of Mirage. Always finding ways to crack things open in 3v3s, 4v4s, where you're kind of in this standstill, don't necessarily know which way things are going to go. And I think he found a way to bulldoze into these bomb sites very effectively. And I think that's what I really liked about him. Just the reliable T-side opping, which is, I think, a lost art these days. I don't think you see that many T-sided AWPs these days, but finding a way to make it work on Mirage, especially to the degree that he did, 105 ADR to top things off, and Sin on the other end on the A site as well. So top to bottom performances from M80 that I was looking for. And again, guys, I think the biggest takeaway that I have for M80 when I'm going to talk about them through this bracket is, again, how they stack up against potential international competition, because I want them to rub shoulders against Complexity. I want them to rub shoulders against major stage 1 caliber opponents, and for that the level has to be there, the habit building has to be there, and that's where I kind of really look down to the details of how M80 wanted to approach this series. And Vincent, for me, I think map 2 kind of saw them lock in a place, and I think I'm satisfied with what I saw from them today. I think top to bottom you had that caliber of M80 that you're kind of hoping for.
Yeah, I'm on that same train. And I mean, I kind of touched on it a couple times throughout the broadcast here, where like I felt like I saw them against the Polish Kaleshi. I thought that there was some stuff that looked a little bit dicey, and particularly from, like, you know, the things that we've been highlighting here. Like, I think the opping and the calling, like, we saw some little bit rougher spots. So it seems to me good news that, you know, they are continuing to make these improvements, and I'm on the same page. The good is there, and yeah, for Chicken Coop, this is the expected outcome. I think that they're on the right track. You might be right. They may be like one move away from really being, you know, taking that next step towards being a real contender. But for now, I think that they're very, very effective at really being close, and sometimes being able to take that next step forward.
Yeah, there's this void right now in North America, I feel, of like a true hierarchy. Like, you've got M80 at the top alongside Complexity in that echelon, and then after that it's like NRG is kind of flimsy right now. Wildcard, we don't know what the hell they're really doing right now. You look towards Marsborne getting info, that's where things start to fall apart, where you don't really have that next level of a team. So I'm hoping Chicken Coop can throw themselves in that conversation. I know LAG have been making some solid moves as well that looks pretty solid in their own regard, so I'm very excited to see how they perform against Wildcard further on in the bracket. But yeah, I think this void makes for a very interesting time in North North America. I think I've taken some very negative stances on podcasts and what have you about what the state of North America is, but I'd like to look at it from a little bit more of a positive spin here on the broadcast, of the fact that there are chances now for newer players to kind of make their stamp in the scene. Players like Wreckmeister, IGLs like Brett, who still have not truly had their time in the sun just yet. So I'm very excited to see how this bracket continues to develop, and we'll see how the next quarterfinal, this bracket will continue to develop after a bit of an extended break. We've got a bit of a banger in terms of the quarterfinals, getting Info taking on Marsborne. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you guys in just a little bit.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go. He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
A bit of an extended break, but we're back here at the Thunderpick World Championship North American Close Qualifier. We've got a banger for you. Probably the most competitive quarterfinal, if I'm being honest, in the bracket that we have. Getting Info taking on Marsborne. I've got Mark, I've got Vincent with me, and I'm excited to get stuck into this, folks. I mean, let's just take a look at the bracket because we do have one quarterfinal completed, and we'll get that out of the way. We'll get the conversation, get everyone up to speed. Mark, give me the rundown.
Look, right here, you just jumped off the block with an M82-0. We were expecting that. It was Chicken Coop that did really well in the groups, and you know what? They're going to be living on to do great things, especially from where they finished last season in Challenger League, Paladin. This is a really good move by them, but they are facing the hottest team in North America at the moment, which is M80 and our favorite in this playoff altogether. But they're waiting for an opponent here, and they're waiting for, they probably don't know who. It's Getting Info and Marsborne that is going to be a flip of a coin right now.
So let's get in the conversation. Let's bring Vincent into the fold. Getting Info here with that roster. It's a very interesting one because I definitely think there were one roster that were just kind of like in limbo for a really long time. You know, they would get the VRS invites. They would just kind of show up. They would bow out after beating, you know, a Chicken Coop level team, you know, one of those gatekeeper advanced to ECL opponents. Hey, I'm not dissing them or anything, but that's just the cut and dry of it. But now I do feel like they're trying to make moves in the right direction. We've got Fang in this roster for Dare. I'm not necessarily sure if this is the end all be all. If it is, I just think this Getting Info roster keeps making the right move after the right move. I think Snav is an incredibly underrated IGL. I think Slump was criminally underrepresented in the North American shuffle, and I think should have been considered by some teams. So overall, I just feel as though we are trending in the right direction for this roster. But Vincent, do you feel like they are in that echelon yet? What do they need to do to get there? The floor is yours here.
I think I'm going to give it a hard maybe on that, and I'll get to why and what the ups and downs of that maybe is. Because, you know, I was really confused at where Getting Info could go when they had to replace Carson and Exotic, right? Like, that's just like your like that's such an important piece, and then obviously your in-game leader as well, right? Like that's just very difficult. And so when I saw that, I was like, okay, how are we going to do this? Well, it's a huge surprise to see Snav coming out of that boss project immediately and joining this team. Just can't quit the buds for so long, it seems. And I would agree with you. You know, Slump definitely was a guy that I was surprised didn't find a home. He was playing in advanced last season under the like core of that previous Fluffy Aimers team, technically, like with News and Jason still. And he was looking good. I thought that he had done enough, especially his performance in Frag 18, like on land, to prove that he's like a very legitimate guy. Clearly that doesn't necessarily the way everyone else feels, but I think that this is a very interesting roster because of all those pieces that they've been able to bring together. And to be honest, I think Fang is, if that's real, like I think that's good.
Canada's loving this.
I would hope so. I would hope that that's not production lying to me. But either way, on the other side of the equation, Marsborne is one that I mean, I always was a team that was this was always a team that I was counting out when I looked at the power rankings, at least initially when this roster was assembled. But Mark, it feels like they've really risen up the ranks in terms of punching above their weight. When you look at the sum of their parts, you would expect them to fall below the mark, but I feel like they've exceeded. They've brought in Viz now, and that's where I think I start to differ as to what moves make the most sense. I'm not the biggest fan of it. Mark, how do you feel?
I think I feel a little bit the opposite, especially after listening to what some of these Marsborne players had to say about the move and wanting to head in the direction, you know, role-wise, to kind of make this a little bit more clear for guys like Monum who want to hop back to the entry role and let, you know, kind of a little bit of stress. It was a star player position that Minus was just straight up playing. And now they get to play a little bit more clear-cut Counter-Strike with, you know, just straight up Viz kind of hopping back and, you know, being able to kind of rock Machop as an anchor and let these rifles, Grizz, and Modem just go ahead and clock in, because you know who's been doing a hell of a job and likely, boosting the sum of their parts, exactly what you said, it's Chop. He's been doing a really good job, and amongst guys like Hex and Wolf, for these anchors in North America, those are my top 3. I mean, they've been doing a hell of a job out here, and it's really been impressive.
Well, let's look at the veto now and continue this conversation, because getting info are in a very awkward spot where I don't necessarily feel like they have a real home. Getting info do tend to like Ancient a bit here and there. Vincent, they opt in for that, and as far as the pick goes, Train being the pick of Marsborne, which I do like. I do want a lot more North American teams to adapt this map into the pool. I think it could be very powerful, especially in situations like this where you've got a 50-50 matchup. You want to go into something that could be a little bit more comfortable for you and not as comfortable for your opponent. I mean, that's very obvious, but that's kind of how I would like one of these more underdog-y teams to kind of approach things, and then Nuke to be a decider. I kind of like this one for Marsborne. I do like the fact that they get Train, they get to keep Nuke in. I do think that Wolfie will be an exciting piece here. And I think it begs the question of what Slump can do on a map like Train as well, considering it's not played that often by getting info. But Vincent, after all of this is being said, you want to jump in on the Marsborne conversation, feel free. If you want to jump in on the veto conversation, feel free. But what do you feel now if you have to take a stance on who wins this one?
I think that, I'll quickly touch base on each of those, right? First and foremost, I think I'm on the other side of the Viz conversation. I think I'm more with the question marks. We'll probably get into that more as we jump into details. But leaving that, I mean, this seems like a lovely veto for Marsborne. The question marks about this aren't about Ancient. That's definitely the go-to if getting info have one. The issue is that we haven't really, there's just been a lot of like roster question marks with regard to getting info. They've had all these changes. They continue to have all these changes. Even today, we're asking those questions, who's going to be in the server. So I think that leaves me favoring Marsborne.
We'll put all the analyst segment stuff to the side, and we'll get live into our competitive quarterfinal here between getting info and Marsborne. We start on Ancient. Vincent and Mark, enjoy.
Indeed we will. Indeed we will. Paladin said at the beginning of that veto segment where exactly getting info's home is. I can tell you it's Marsborne's permaban. It's that Mirage, but where Snav and Fang are headed on vacation down here south. It's to an Ancient. This is one of his best out here. I've seen him do some great work here. It's always been number 2 with these Timbermen rosters as they continue to operate here. They are on, I believe, a 6-map winning streak since Snav & Co. have joined out here on this map, but you've obviously never seen the iteration of Fang right here, so replacing Dare today, and they're going to dare to go right up the ramp and get shut down by Wolfie, but Snav has got some shots back right up the ramp himself, leaving it all down to the young gun who rotates in and has a 1v1.
Yeah, it's all up to Grizz. Been a big impact player for this team. Now he's got a clutch in the pistol round. Snav on the other side of it, when 7 HP, it's no longer ideal. Got to get those dualies activated, but it's Snav instead who picks up the clutch and puts getting info forward for their first round victory.
And Snav has been such a great individual player as well, the caller. I mean, that was such a great dynamic that, he was rocking with over there on Boss. I mean, him back and forth, between that conversation of Fruit Cup X and with that rifling core, that obviously, leaves a big hole. They pick up B-Wills and Bentley just for the sake of, bringing it up. But I mean, between him and Brett, I mean, I put them in terms of the top tier of, guys you are absolutely just keeping in that conversation. You're not bringing them back. I think that's something that we do put a little bit of an asterisk on. It's a different situation, apples to oranges here with, Wolfie's AWP, maybe not like being as potent as it could be, being the fact that he does have to do a little bit of calling, then takes a lot of brain power. Then
I think that the way I describe Wolfie's op is like very respectable on most maps, right? And I say that as in, he kind of gives you what you anticipate and not a whole lot more, but he can be a clutch factor as well. That being said, on Train, he's actually a fantastic operator, I think. I think he's like maybe even twice as good on that map in particular than other maps that I get to watch this Marsborne team on. But yeah, I think that the question was correct with regard to what Paladin said. How is Slump gonna shape up against that. I don't know if Ancients was that we're going to be seeing that conversation teed forward, but I'm excited.
Got this 5-7 on tap, and it's only good to brew up one. The rest of this team is going to be up close and personal for this MP9 that can potentially kick up to find this Opper's head, who is going to be right on the chopping block himself. Marky and Snab are going to be left alone, and potentially Snab going to be cut off at the back here. He is. Grizz already filled one clutch opportunity. It's time for a second, and he is not going to let that go 2 times in a row. It's Marsborne that tied us up 1-1.
I love to see the confidence that Grizz is swinging with there. Like, he's against an SMG and he's got 8 HP, and he's still taking the fight on his terms. That's the, willingness for Grizz to be aggressive and like take forward fights sometimes that I think, maybe previously like hadn't always happened, but he's really leveled up in that aspect for me on this Marsborne team. He's definitely the most consistent like star power piece right now for Marsborne, and I think it's been exciting to watch.
We're pulling this all the way out. It's Modem that in our discussion we already spoke about. He's going to be the one that's leaning into his aggressive side fully. Has to be so sharp right here between Grizz and Chop on this Marsborne rifling core. Contact made into Cheetah now. And when we get to the point at which this round may die still, it's the Tech 9s, but I mean, this is the rest of the money. I have a comment to make about the old getting info op situation, because there's a certain Russian opper without a job and is 20 years old and is one of the most promising prospects that we probably had in our region recently. If you guys can guess who I'm talking about, I'll tell you in about 10 seconds. I'll tell you right now, this may not happen. Where's Dia at, dude? I don't know what his circumstance is, but like, he's better than 95% of the oppers that have jobs in the tier 2 in North America. So if you're a team that's looking to upgrade, I'd probably ring that line. OG Wizards also out there.
I think he's like semi-retired right now, is what I understand.
That's a shame.
Yeah, I think took a step away from competition, at least temporarily. Don't know that that's the long-term plan.
Yeah, well, so did Stamina. And now he's back, so rocket on Tsunami. They're in Series 1. And did okay. Didn't make the playoffs, but here we get it going. Marsborne holding on to these guns. Don't let this Tech 9 stun. It's already got 2. Saw some ridiculous stuff out of Mason and his Tech 9 shenanigans yesterday. Don't you dare pick on this smoke. What is on for Marky right now? A 1v5 that is slow cooking right now. It's the bomb.
What are we doing?
And now Chris to give it a look, who actually gets a good deal himself, down to 10. Marky's clearly warmed up today, came to play.
That might be the worst played moment I've seen from Marsborne in a really long time. That was horrifically bad. I don't know what the hell Chop
Another
is
patch
doing.
just dropped.
Like sprinting through that smoke and then that footstep. Like, I know Grizz hit the shot, but like they were giving Marky a chance at that where it shouldn't have ever been possible. Thankfully, Grizz hits the shot, like I said, and should save the day for the time being. Actually, the eco this time, but yeah, that's why nobody picking up Dia is. I think he took a step back in competition for the moment.
Well, I mean, breaks are important. I mean, there's a lot of that conversation happening at the top of our scene with obviously JL taking a step back, and it's something that's worth noting. We're all, looking at him, I even mentioned how young he is, plenty of time there. And I mean, was even a part of, the kind of storybook part of this getting info roster that we, didn't really touch on, because at this point it's kind of like ancient history, being that it was like 7 months ago when the whole rumors of some organization coming back and, with this looking like a Vanity, Darty lineup. I believe Dio was a part of that. They had Carson as well. It's like, that was quite an addition of this team, but it was kind of just slow sailing. We never heard updates of it, and some stuff may not have ended up getting done.
Getting Info barely have a utility to play this round. They're all outside of B as well. Like, this is an all-in maneuver, to be honest with you. Forward positioning for Marsborne, they've just taken B lane, though they're not going to stick around for it. But that means that, there's, of the 2 flashes that Getting Info have, probably at least one of them going to be invested in, taking back through B door, I would imagine. This is a little bit spicy. I really don't know how I feel about Getting Info's position in this round. It is incredibly reliant on a couple of these individuals just shooting some heads.
I'll talk to that right side. taking this step by step. Now at a minute mark, they have just nuzzled their way right outside of the cave, avoiding the reactionary utility. They're not going to wait long enough. So far pressed into smoke, and now they're going to let it go. Marky going to straight up challenge, but there's two players here inside of the cave. It's Montum that is going to actually make the contact initially. Chop gone, trying to fight, and it's Shane that takes his head. Snap all the way in the process, and now Viz is online. This is going to be scary here. Fang next to Shane and Marky here. That's one hell of a trio that's staring back at you at the server today. I'm not sure that there is very much firepower that can push back against that in North America in general, to be honest with you.
It is a pretty crazy rifling core. I would agree with
like
you
an
on that.
all-star team.
Yeah, in some respects, definitely. And it's that all-star firepower that you kind of were just alluding to that breaks open the B bomb site. As I highlighted at the beginning of this round, there was nothing there, like utility-wise. It looked like straight up like a pug. They just walk through that smoke and find a timing. It works brilliantly because Marsborne are doubled up in Cave and Jaguar instead of actually playing the site. So Chop's very alone. And from that point on, the Chop doesn't go down immediately. He's trying to take contact off of the timing from Modem, and that doesn't end up working out from Jag position. So from that point, getting info, take the round, Marsborne on the save.
Looks like the IGL of Marsborne may get some action early. It's Shane that saw right into Zerby and now will back up. That exchange right on. It's the Canadian King that we're having subbing in the server today, and he's wiped away. It's Choppy didn't even see after that immediate trade. It's getting info few and far between here as they have lost Shane and Fang, but all packed up and potentially headed in the right direction. It's the newest pickup of Marsborne that could be under the heat right now.
It's very likely to. Viz actually the highest fragger at the moment for Marsborne. Had a big quad kill there in the anti-eco round. Getting him both slow things down. They have enough utility to actually take this. This is a lot of noise being made. Snab wants to take a fight, and I feel like Viz set up for, no success by all that audio given away. Now they're on the outside looking in, getting info. Should have access to the bomb site here in a moment. So Marsborne are getting tricky with it.
Boosted up. They have found something that they haven't dare find, but Snap slams down on the rim, and that thing counts for 2 in the paint. Backs up, and he's got one more for 3. Snap balling today, 8-3 right now. But don't you forget about who is lying up in the cut. It's the big man. It's the Grizzly Bear that's going to be just tiptoeing. They have yet to get the contact here. Or potentially could get the contact onto the barrel of Marky, who just tucks and waits for Snap, who has to finish the project right on. It is now Grizz that is just desperate, toyed with, and now impaired. He can barely even stand for it. A 4K out here for Snap as he continues to stab deep in the heart of every Marsborne fan.
Man, that one hurts bad for Marsborne. Snav, I'll give him some credit. Like that third shot, right? That's pretty damn good. And obviously, Marky doing a good job of playing hands-off keyboard Counter-Strike, as Cole likes to say. It just doesn't need a peek and doesn't. But all things considered, I feel like Viz just like his whole team gave him away there. He's like holding an angle like this is a tough angle to fight, and his teammates just sprinting up long, giving away that information. So now it gets a lot easier of a fight.
Double mated. Should have wore your flakjack to work today. You're on this ancient. That will always ring true. What the hell is coming out the other side of these rifles? I cannot tell you. Marsborne gonna have to have an answer for that soon. Grizz here, how much to manage. Gonna be up here ready for this to fade all the way down so his teammates can make contact and he can make something of this. Minute 15, and now you're gonna see that. Just one voice, and it's Fang that takes out Chop. Slump waiting along for what? It's Wolfie that's gonna be on the other side. We have eyes on now, and it's just about avoiding him. They're gonna be headed all the way to the A site. But a great opening out here by the Canadian sub, who did step back all the way from getting info towards the beginning of June, who is, you know, kind of just waiting around for opportunities while, you know, grinding through FPL, streaming, and trying to get back in shape, trying to find that mentality and get that grind back, as Fang has been known to do. He's a young man. I believe he's like only a year older than me at around 24. Like, this is a dude you're happy to have back in the server.
I mean, no doubt about that.
Excuse me, he's 23.
I feel like, you know, he hasn't necessarily had to do much of anything. Don't get it twisted, Mark. Like, getting info right now, they're winning rounds not off of anything special outside of like individual firepower. That is the only thing that's really been important right now. And for Marsborne, like, their 3 rounds, it's kind of harsh, but
yeah,
you know, they got away with one at the beginning of this half. I don't know that they deserve the 3 rounds they have. Grizz is 1v2, really doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Standing on side. Grizz is going to have to stand for way more than one, but can't the rest of the rotation in. It was just these pistols after all. This is usually the tone of this Ancient. I can think of so many times I've watched different iterations of Snap-led rosters, watching win Fragadelphia events with 2 subs, one of those subs being current Wildcard player Peeping. But, you know, that's an asterisk.
I don't know if it's an asterisk. I'd call it a plus. Gonna show off a little bit of the prowess that's out there. Actually, nice work. The lockdown slump with that AK recoverable. There's at least a chance at this. Unlikely, I would imagine. Thanks here.
I can just line him up right now as the only player that really can actually collect on this. Nade with his name on it, but he has too much health right now. Wolfie with the flick, and now Snav is going to have to just hold back way more, but doesn't even have to pull up and shoot. Time enough of a problem here for Marsborne, as getting info is 5 rounds go up on the board for Snav and his squad. This is looking really scary.
It is. I mean, you talked about like the firepower that's available for this team, and yeah, it's definitely not. It's becoming a problem. Big win with regard to Marsborne's end of that round. They get an AK and op as well, so that they can probably, you know, get themselves into a better position. It's been getting info for the last few rounds that have really dominated the conversation. Win a pistol, they lose the follow-up, and since then, 4 rounds.
Man, I mean, what a sense about it. A time to call up this play at an empty A site, and the head turned by Chop. Excuse me, Grizz, but how much worse can it get? Smoked out of that other side, and with these 4 guns, they may already be considering waving the white flag. Viz gets 1 kill, and now maybe a reason to believe. Now they're going to try and lock horns here, but fighting through the smoke is probably just a little bit too much.
Man, it's slump. Word to kill Wolfie, and Wolfie steps forward. I was going to say that. Shane actually goes down first, and trying to break through that donut is so impossible when you've got both Snav and Fang both looking at you. What a ballsy move that Snav made there as he walks through their own donut smoke, just straight into Grizz. And, you know, normally if there's any other mid presence, Grizz is going to be looking directly at donut, but because there wasn't any, Grizz is worried about mid. And getting info, take him down, and basically guarantee the round from that point on with the control of donut that they had.
Marsborne wins have came in scenarios where they have been strained. Getting info, have breezed by, they fly by into the B site. Marky gonna get traded initially out. It's so much damage that have been put onto this T side right here. And Marsborne, they are used to this by now. They are gonna surround here on the rotations. Grizz that's gonna have to work alone here, and I think that's starting to become a part of the problem. And separated from the pack, and surprised. It's that kill. Vincent survives, and a Molotov that could go ahead and spread to Shane. He survives because of the smoke.
Yeah, but he's not in a perfect location. Actually, he's just going to step away. They've got a molly. Slump's got that. Yeah, it's going to go down to the bomb. There's a smoke for Grizz, so they can extinguish. They do so.
Modem just hopped on it. We're going to try and line this up with the spams, and Fang is going to do so. They have not got it. All you needed was Modem to just pick up and make a heads-up play, pick up a couple of kills as you fade away. Now, that will help, too. Marsborne, a timely round, right place, right time to show up here in round 11 with a pat on the back.
I think it's a pretty decent adjustment that Marsborne made. They are kind of starting to understand the pace that Getting Info want to play, and it's an absurd one. It's speed that should really not be viable, but it is because of the star power that Getting Info kind of have on offer. And so Marsborne playing a little bit more passive, working their utility, working some smoke spams, trying to stay alive, maintain cave control, all these little details, so that then they have not just the man advantage, but also the HP advantage for that retake. You saw the way they were doing that, Mark. They just were body blocking. Modem has the kit. If they can just play body block enough, then Modem will get the defuse, and that's what happened.
And again, another straining victory for Marsborne. Bloodsport efforts, they are getting these rounds. Let's see if it will pay off here. Ton of effort, ton of elbow grease into this back end. And the best they can look at is a tie game right here. Potential spam on a marquee. Doesn't actually hit home. Sounds like there's a single player here, and Viz just snaps, but you cut off one head, and two will take its place. Snap with a double right after that. Now that's a pickup.
I mean, it's just a little bit of an oversight. Somebody meant to be watching shelf right there. It doesn't happen, and so both Grizz and his teammate Wolfie go down immediately thereafter. Grizz and Chop. Chop often teed up as the closer, but he's going to have to do it alone. 1v4.
Yeah, this might be too much. The Rain Man, he will fade out of here, but we'll try and weather the storm. Maybe he has no other choice. Don't give him the chance. Slum should have him boxed up. Does all the way down. Stab 13 all the way out here. Fang really active. That's what we were talking about. He was staying so hot out of the server in that FPL all the way on. He's put it in the reps, Vincent. He's trying to stay active for opportunities like this when Getting Info comes calling with World Championship opportunity here at Thunderpick on the line. He's coming to play.
Snap's been the best player in the server, though. And it's not just like the numbers. It is the impact as well. That's a double towards mid that he facilitates last round.
Now, this is a play that you can put respect on. Quickly off the line. He absolutely thrash you. Now Getting Info sent back to the drawing board, but for how much can they make up? Nav knocked down to 25 here. He keeps ticking to go about it.
A really well-drilled opening gambit from Marsborne.
Lurk found.
That is the quintessential like Marsborne that we haven't really seen.
It should be all good here for a fifth. Nav and Shane have done enough here. They dwindle back and forth, even catching a ricochet in between. Grizz will form a flank if it takes so long. 7-5 half. All the way out here. Shane makes it a little bit harder for himself with the Molotov. Finally catches up to him on time. Marsborne, they're bringing the best at the end of the half. At a point at which it's a little bit laborious, but they take a little bit of pressure on themselves. All the way off with a confidence play right at the end of the half. You can tell that took, I think, a little bit of breath out of their lungs. They can kind of sigh with a little bit of relief, Vincent. That felt good.
Yeah, but I really feel like this is a recovery. This is still Marsborne not really showing us the best of what they've got right now. They go onto the T side as well. I think they needed a little bit more. That's the take coming out of that half. That Grizz 1v2 I talked about, the fact that, Marsborne, this round is the best, most convincing round we saw all half. That's them warming up into this, then that's great. If it's anything else, then that is bad news.
You don't have to wait long for a pistol. And you don't have to wait long for Marsborne to challenge here. An ancient that isn't exactly a stranger to them. Literally have a win on it yesterday, rocking through the Ace Masters tournament. They have it few and far between that the challenge by Marca Registrada, a team that, you know, a fair tier beyond their level. They should be able to handle even their challenges, and they do. The one that did cause them some trouble, 13-9.
He smokes Molotov as well. Getting info, should be left on the outside of this B attack. They are but a fair few pairs of dualies, and now Snav has the kit and the smoke for this retake. Flashbang should be prepped in addition.
You just get to see the full straight up aim duel right here. 5v5. Let's see who's got it the best right now. As Wolfie, he dawns back, and he's got to hit some shots from the ramp right here. As Viz, he lies as the anchor here, all the way down with the Molotov in case this goes bad. It may go to worse right here as Matam back all the way pressed against the corner. And now knives are out. Shane, he has just slid him all the way down. It's going to have to be Viz tracking on the way up because this smoke puts any hope out of this round. It is getting info that swing into the second half with some serious attitude, all at the brand of Shane with the 4K.
I mean, they put all of the eggs in the basket of having that late molly, and the fact that there's a smoke and a kit on there is, I mean, it's basically paint by numbers Counter-Strike. That is the perfect counter to what Marsborne were looking to put together. Bad news there for Marsborne is getting info, have precisely what they needed to level them out. Some good shooting and a good flashbang sends them in. That kit gets them out.
Printing up this track right here, and now will be the stop. Marsborne, they don't want to go ahead and drop just because that was one hell of a pistol round finish. This Ancient that has some belief behind it because the ball's now in their court. And it's a good shot by Chop. It's now the bomb will be put down, the digits in by their IGL. Full HP. 2 kits that they got on this, and a problem that giving info are about to give Marsborne. No peek off that. Pop can't take this fight. He's so low. He sees the shadow. Slump, he's going to detect that. And these SMGs going to be the next in vain. Got to be better on the site. And Snav is going to chase you down. He's going to make this personal. 10-second defuse would be required by Snav, who goes Airborne. Even gets his hands back on the kit and to the bomb in time. Getting info 2 in a row by the skin of their teeth to the bomb.
I mean, that's good enough. 3v3 on the retake. Those flashbangs are really good. They played delay for so very long, and I think you got to give credit to the big box player there who does end up doing some damage and delays even further. Unfortunately, the fact that it's, you know, up to a clutch again, and Snav been on all day, been consistently great for getting info. He's who you'd like in that moment. 15-7 from the in-game leader of getting info.
You'll never believe who just took Wreckmeister's place in his former team of Take Flight. I'll give you one guess, Vincent.
Dare.
Hambuga.
Oh, okay. Why,
Big moves
why
in
should I
Challenger
have
League.
known that? Why should I have known that?
You probably should have. The ham buddies everywhere. You see it next to Freshie on stage at all the events, but no Freshie in this tournament. Blue Jays have flown elsewhere. Molotov was a little bit deeper, and now you're going to have to actually avoid this and try and threat it through on this A site. It just got bloody in here before, but that's not going to stop them. Chop, got to connect another one here. Can't trace that one fully into the smoke, only when they come out. Slump and Snav back to back, and look at the HP. The man of the match is going to have to stand up with one hell of a play right here, as it does catch up to him after all. A single on the Galil, but now they are just going to exactly swarm on him, and they're not even going to give it a go. Monum that bounces back and just concedes right here. That's 9 rounds up on the board quite quickly. Excuse me, all the way to double digits to 10.
Getting info never allow Marsborne to settle. They never allow them to take a moment to even start to get into these post-plant positions. Instead, they're barely able to get the bomb down. You saw Chop successfully defend the planter against a ridiculously aggressive swing through donut smoke, but even that's not enough. Slump refrags on to Chop immediately with a spam from elbow. It's just so frustrating the way that getting info are never letting Marsborne dictate anything.
Pack 9s along with the one Galil that you've just seen featured here in the opening arguments. Marky gonna say back to right his core. He had quite a hot start. And then there came the Snab show featuring Fang and Shane. Pretty heavy here on B. Marky is gonna have to manage the entire A side of the map.
Not a fan of Snab being so aggressive here against pistols, but you know, especially ones where, you know, it's an off angle like that.
What a timing here.
Yeah, crazy to see nothing. Snab's gonna stick around though, and now Chop might meet his demise because of it.
Or maybe Snap. Should he be expecting this? Does. Now fades away. Gets eyes onto the bomb, but maybe not as I suppose. They're going to be a little bit slower right at the line here, but they don't have to be too quick and active to react all the way to Marsborne. They can take this slow and steady. They've won the race consistently here on the CT side.
Good mid-round from Wolfie. I didn't see what proc this, but they got some information. They sprint back towards A and they get the bomb plant. Now getting info, the ones under pressure. The bomb's almost already halfway ticked. Plenty of kits, though.
They can just hit this up close and personal because the Tech 9s were designed just for this. Boxed out with a little bit more space right now, and it's Viz. He has to line up with the flank. He's taking Slump down, but how large of a distraction can he cause? Has to cross that off the priority list because you're hopping onto the bomb, and now you're denied no diffuse protection from Shane that continued from that pistol round. This is Marsborne getting on the board for the very first time with the ball in their court. They have 6 here, and that's where they have to start.
Like I said, I didn't notice what it was that gave Wolfie this inclination, but the speed with which he's rallied the troops to get back to A, like he knew for sure that A was clear, and I really got to give him props with regard to how fast he made that happen, because getting info, clearly were not prepared. They didn't even have anyone in house. Red Room was open for a long, long time, so, and it's enough. It's enough to reset this economy. It's crazy, but hold on a second. Getting info have called this bluff beautifully. That's some good flashbangs. Will give them pretty much everything they need. My worries probably not so needed. Thanks, Deagle. The only thing really left to speak of in this round. Maybe not. Maybe I've spoken too soon. Little denial of the bomb plant, but damn goes both ways, Mark.
Absolutely does here when Modem gets that a little bit deeper. Fang here on 1 HP. See how far he does go. Would take one to the shoulder here of Grizz to put him out. Don't you dare. One of the sharpest members of the North American Rifling Committee a chance, and he'll actually clock himself out. Says, I'm too good for this. Fang will fade away. Maybe find a gun, too. That would be chill. Bang. On that other side. Not today. Modem has no chill. Has to. Needs this comeback. Pulls within 3. And right here, this is where the delegation will start. Big gun round's going to be right ahead.
Gun rounds at start. And, I mean, end in a lot of ways with Wolfie and the calling here. I think that this is a map where they do pretty decent on their T side, but it's nothing compared to the CT, which is why I still am a little worried about how that CT side fared. The info.
What do you think Semphis is saying right now?
Yeah, a little tech. I was actually going to say, I think that's a maybe underrated piece of this Getting Info team. I know that there's all these changes, and it's kind of hard to like get anything set with how inconsistent the roster's been, but
Semphis from Cloud9 Summer.
From having Semphis in your corner, that's a big value proposition. And I do think that tends to say something about the fact that he's believing in this team.
Dude, he could also qualify as like the entire Getting Info health staff if he wanted to. He's got the skills for that. You can check out his YouTube channel. You can see what I'm talking about. Legend of our scene, Mr. Corey Semphis. We're rolling up into this A site here. Fang has to see this response. Modem, how have you gotten this far? Seeing all to this space. It's causing a big ruckus here. They can sin through it, just loosely veiled. They aren't fooled.
I can't believe they're not fooled. How are they not rotating here? It's crazy that they had
Fang has played tier 1.
Modem was in their spawn, basically, and they still had basically 4 players on B at that time.
I'm just gaffing you. Yeah, I don't know how they read that so well, and they're right. I mean, they fade away. There's nothing more on that. It was one man's utility belt. And will Marsborne go? Maybe we should actually go on to the A side here. Bomb. It's on the back of Chop and has followed Modem all the way on. He holds on to this like an anchor. It's going to have to be golden exactly for Madam. It is not. He gets chopped all the way down. It's now Shane, Slump, and Fang that are going to have to figure things out. They cut down the manpower and almost connect to another, but it's Wolfie that will find you. It's Marsborne that are going to put this down tooth and nail and not see you back out of this thing. Everything kind of points to a save here, I feel like, but I mean, with this money, it's kind of go big or go home if you go for it. I mean, that's why you gotta go home.
That's just a really crucial missed opportunity from Slump. I mean, it's ancient.
Asmoff look crazy
and started on T side, so I don't think it's like anything too crazy. But he has had a couple of missed shots there, and that's one of them. Really needed that in order to actually have a chance. Modem somehow goes down. Didn't quite pay attention to the HP, I guess, but again, I really got to credit Wolfie's mid-rounding on this one, Mark. It's so difficult for me to understand how getting info didn't bite at all. They didn't bite in any way. Nobody even started to rotate towards A. There was 4 players just stood standing on B, and yet still Marsborne found a way to suss that out, got for the late mid take in order to get themselves back over to A. That's really good stuff from Wolfie.
Gonna be a quick play down the ramp right here. Just eyeing it up. Slump finds Modem. And now Shane sprints this down. Doesn't normally lose those. That's characteristic though of Slump. Doubles up. And he's not letting anything up right here. Trying to land back on the spams, but in 30 seconds, all of Marsborne's plan thrown right out the window.
They made a brick wall. Erected over at this B bomb site. I think that Marsborne, it's understandable. I like that they're trying to kind of play a little bit more pacey off that. Wolfie gonna break in. Grizz still here, so hold on a moment.
Snap, he's got a 5-7, and at the perfect range, Wolfie's got something for you. Whipping out the 180, and now it's gonna have to be Grizz carrying this down. 1v1. How has this gotten so back? More for Marsborne. They were the ones threatened right on this side. Reloading on that AK. And there's so much room in between 2 of the sharpest in North America right here. And they're trying to buy their time. They're trying to buy their space. All the way up. They're just going to briefly just exchange this. And Fang should read this. Not to be fooled. He knows there's only so many places that Grizz can get off to. And not picked up. There's no kit in sight. It's going to go deeper on the Molotov, and you don't actually have to peek this. It's one out here by Grizz. A 9th round on the board, and the Opry collected. If he wants it, he has it.
There you go. Get that back over to Wolfie, and that's the second time at such a crucial moment, like a imperative moment for Marsborne to win in a clutch. It's been Grizz 1v2ing on both halves. And I know that getting info were, saving around their 2 saved guns, but that doesn't matter. It's the importance of that round that Grizz pulls back that means so much for Marsborne.
Not sure that I expected this tenacity back. There's a lot of respect here. I mean, you just gave credit for, big mid-round call 2 rounds ago that Wolfie gave, but I mean, this entire effort deserves a lot of credit.
I like that protocol from them off the rip.
Huge nade.
Not super aggressive. They get themselves lane control, and now they work their way back up into mid. Modem now in a very deep location towards Red Room. Going to make life pretty difficult getting info this time. They're playing respectful of it.
There's a big shot, and Modem, that is huge. One more behind. Fang doesn't find the repeat from anybody else. He'll go ahead and take his one.
No smokes for this.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually 2 versus 4. You get this back into the bomb site. Numbers just don't add up. Shane, he's going to subtract 2 anyway. He's the divider. He's going to try and punish even further. Shane, what the hell of a merger. This main is slaying everything in the site right now. Get in front of Shane's crosshair, specifically on B, and you will not be. He has had 2 4Ks in 2 crucial situations for getting info tonight.
So scared. Marsborne playing so terrified of that. Like, just passive the whole way through. And like I said, they didn't have a smoke, so they really needed to take that fight together. And ultimately, end up swinging, not quite 1 by 1, but might as well have been. You saw Shane, not afraid of anyone. Deadly quad kill that basically, I mean, if they win this round, Getting Info have won the map because of that.
They're scary when put under pressure. It feels like every single one has had, every single member Getting Info moment in the limelight on this Ancient. This is their map pick. They got to treat it like it is the Walk of Fame. Absolutely feeling it right here. Because the rest of this veto, well, it's all Marsborne. That's just the truth. And it's how they continue on from this first map, how they finish right here and leave a statement at this 1-0. They're so far favored for right here, as a minute has passed in this round, and Marsborne are so far lean to be.
I mean, it's basically no other option. They're going to toss out the requisite utility to go in now. Swamp dismantled, and he's got to move with that up, and it's so difficult to do so. There's that entry duty that you've been talking about from Modem.
Love that.
And I would agree with you, man. He can be very deadly at it. He's done it in his past, and he does it again. Supported by some good bits of utility. 3v5 seems like the type of situation that you're just going to walk away from. But Fang continues to step forward.
The old MP9 is coming through. Yeah, see you later, alligator. Viz looking the wrong way. Rather, that's Chop on the ramp. And yeah, Viz out of that conversation in that same vein. Don't you dare make this possible. But Fangs makes things possible. He has to just fade away now, right behind that smoke, because the 11 HP will not took for him. It is the op recover now for Grizz. If he will be able to get far away, what an effort there by Getting Info, who drained the pockets of Marsborne, and that is so damn significant, because look at the cash right here. I mean, it's only Fang and Modem that are going to be able to live lavishly.
Yeah, it's not that great for Getting Info either, but they're at about the same clip, the same amount of money coming in on both sides, I would imagine. Getting Info, keep the pressure up. Marsborne, this also opens the door for an easy comeback. Getting Info get reset here. That is worse than getting reset last round. Speed up mid, but it's slow with regard to the information that Getting Info are currently working with.
Bang, automatic on that peak. A momentary notice and playing around with the nades. Gridge to chase him down. This has been a rivalry all throughout Ancient. Grizz and Fang lining up in these 1v1 fights. Adam Golden with the betterment of it this time. Snap walking around this unit and is seen to so much attention back towards house. And with an SMG, could be just so favored for this fight, but it's returned. And right now, they know at least the information of Grizz here. What the hell is that headshot out of Stab, collecting at least a man advantage back for Getting Info.
Viz has so much space. Viz is incredibly prepared. Shane, Chop's gone down without anything there. He had such a power position in that moment, but Viz, now he has to get a kill before he throws his smoke. Needs to do something.
He could do anything, but he does nothing. It's just a travesty. And now the IGL is going to have to take care of it all by himself. But as I mentioned, is it Shane's B site? You can see that in signage. It's going to be the 12th up here for Getting Info, and that will be in Sharpie. That will be 1 round away from putting out their Ancient. And hopefully that Sharpie won't chill, right? Hopefully that doesn't stay at 12. It's Lucid to get on the mic to try and make sure that they have the extra juice to push to overtime.
Telling you, man, Shane having some incredible impact right now. The fact is that Snav has kind of been the man of the hour for the most of this match. But that being said, Shane, that triple kill, or rather the quad kill on B from Long, and that triple kill in that last round, those 2 rounds specifically beat Marsborne at the perfect time to force Marsborne down economically in a doldrum and making it impossible for them to break through. Now they've got to do it with pistols. It's worst case scenario for Marsborne.
Frankly, you ask me, Marsborne win that round, they win the map. That was all of the cash in the hands right there. We talked about how, I mean, it wasn't really good for getting info either, but, you know, it just shows how heavy those exits were, potentially paying off way better for this side. Well, you meet fire with fire. You try and get this down, and Viz, he's going to try and pull the path, but now it's Shane that does, and actually puts up another multi-kill. Modem's got to match it, and he lifts the bar a little bit further. It was Viz in this positioning last time that did not succeed. Well, he feels another one outside of that smoke. A great response by Marsborne that is full of confidence.
Slump so close, but yet so far. Can't connect on anything whatsoever. Great flashbangs. Those really get Marsborne into position, and Modem, he's the one to put the finishing touches on it. He thought it was going to be a repeat of the Shane show from Long. Not the case. His 2-man spray down, good, but not good enough. Modem with a critical trade, +1, as he puts hands on an AK. Marsborne break their way out with a punchy attack towards B. Extinguish the Molotov and surprise getting info immediately. Where does this leave him? Getting info. Not too shabby is the answer. All 24. And a gun round. See if getting info can close out their map pick, or if Marsborne will push this to overtime. Marsborne, a team that you and I both know, very capable in overtime.
I see a new animation with that guy in the nade of the hands. The little things, Vinny. Right now, it's going to have to be a big put out here from Marky as they do streak into this. He's getting info that had the lease on this map for 24 rounds. It's Marsborne telling them to extend it right here. You want to go further into OT. And Wolfie going to plant this bomb. It's going to have to be a huge crawl and a put out from Chop as a smoke that will just protrude and interrupt his process. And now you have a 3v3. There's going to be nothing on the other side of Cave here, but it's what lurks. It's what they don't know about that's going to take so much time. It's Modern that's going to fend off Snap for a minute, so much so that they sent Shane back just to support with Slump out of CT. And they do get a little bit more room and put the smoke on the bomb. And Shane has to defuse. He just wants to tap on it once. He's got that kit, so he's gonna get back on. Modem trying to find the space, but it is denied. No need to extend that lease here in this Ancient. We are good. It is all 24 that will be needed for getting info. It's a 13-11 and a heartthrobber for Marsborne walking the lawn, but they're going home to train next door. It's 1-0 and Paladin waiting to break this down.
Commiserations to Modem, because holy hell did this guy put on a performance, powering Marsborne throughout this T side, just gruelingly getting entry after entry, but failing to win post plant after post plant. It's truly a nightmare situation for Marsborne, and the worst fears that I have about this roster have come to light. I mean, we start with that CT side from getting info, or sorry, that T side rather, where you just have Snav pounding the rock in a way where he's just bullying these bomb sites time in and time out with this blistering pace that, I mean, frankly, was powered by himself individually in certain circumstances. I mean, these defaults are finishing within 20 to 25 seconds, and they're winning these rounds single-handedly. It's only due to some serious clutch moments from Grizz to get them anywhere remotely in the conversation. That 5-round haul on the CT side is very deceptive, because truth be told, they were never really involved in that half of Counter-Strike whatsoever. Now we flip the script And I think that's where you got to commend Wolfie, you got to commend MOTM for just the way that they were able to somehow pull together some really creative strategies that, for all intents and purposes, I was not expecting Getting Info to not bite or at these situations, but they didn't. I mean, the spot that I'm thinking of specifically is they throw this entire A execute, MOTM gets all the way up to the CT spawn, and Getting Info do not move a muscle. Either way, even despite all of this, they managed to find a way to bully their way through. They have a couple of Tech 9 rushes that I thought that were really efficient. They caught some really sweet timings to at least pull back us into round number 24. I'm thinking about round number 23, where they take just a little bit of a beat outside the B bomb site. They withstand the util initially and then explode in as they're trying to establish cave control in that transitory phase where you've got a player moving back from the back of cube back into the middle of the map, and you've got a solo cave player that cannot scramble, caught in no man's land by flashes. And I thought that was just a very beautifully called strat by Wolfie in that circumstance. But again, it's the individual prowess that I think is lacking for this Marsborne unit beyond MOTM. I think Viz was commendable in some of his holds, but Chop was a non-negotiable. He needed to have stepped up in terms of the B anchoring, was not necessarily there at all in this game. Grizz, usually expect him to be the big man on this roster, was not showing up in terms of anything beyond those big clutches in the first half. And Wolfie, as a CT opera, continues to disappoint me. I know that he has this huge task of becoming an in-game leader, and I think he does do that job very serviceably, but I just do not see the opping needed from him to compete. Or even, I just think I need just a little bit more firepower, 5%, 10% from someone else on this roster. I do think that the role clashes, the role changes have definitely benefited MOTM, but I need to see where else this actually helps the Marsborne side. And until that happens, we can only say that, okay, yes, they have all the roles fitted at this point, but they frankly do not have enough firepower to pass that skill check against Getting Info. And that's what I find really impressive from Getting Info in this matchup, is that yes, they weren't necessarily the most strategically flawless roster as far as their CT setups were concerned, but you've got to commend some of the individual micro moments from players like Snav. Shane was just so fantastic in terms of the multi-kill potential. Critical multi-kill potential from him on that B bomb site, playing with some key openers across the middle of the map and across the T side as well. Marky having his moment. Slump, I think, definitely was underutilized. I think the ops period were underutilized on this map, even though they had their chances to have their moments in this map. Not necessarily the case, but either way, I just feel like there is so much to have on offer for Getting Info across the board firepower wise, that in this day and age, I do recommend bronze over brain. And that inherently is the reason why they were able to win that round 24 round there in the post plan. I just think that A bomb site was critically not able to withstand the test of time when you have Snav coming in through, getting the spams through, as Shane also chiming in. So overall, I still do like the system that Marsborne have in play. You have to commend their strategy. You have to commend the work that MOTM was able to do. 88 DAR to end it, 21-16 to end it. But if they cannot keep up with the firepower that Getting Info have on the other end, this series will be a non-starter. And it's a huge issue that I've always questioned Marsborne from the time of their inception, and it's gotten them to keep close with a lot of rosters and to keep close in a lot of series. But I do think that at the end of the day, you need that extra gumption from someone else. You need someone beyond a Grizz or an MOTM. You need that second or third player to fill out the depth. And I think I point my finger towards Chop. I point my finger towards Wolfie as an individual as well, that has to carry the torch as an opper. And it's hard to really say that with other rosters where you say, okay, this is a rifling IGL. He doesn't necessarily need to do the heavy lifting, but when Wolfie dons that AWP, there's an expectation to rise to the occasion as a premium sniper rifle in the server. So I'm going to keep an eye on these two as the game continues to develop, and of course Grizz in terms of that opening prowess as well. So we'll take a little bit of a break. We do move more to that tactical base of Train, where it's now paramount for Marsborne to put their money where their mouth is and utilize that strategic edge that they'll have moving forward, and see if they can push this series 2-3 to another tactical battlefield of Nuke. But we'll take a little bit of a break, and when we come back, Train to come. We'll see you in a little bit.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him.
Welcome back to our quarterfinal. Getting Info taking the first map against Marsborne, and now we've got a bit more of a tactical set of maps on the horizon. Vincent, nuke train first, and then nuke if we need it. But how do we feel now with this veto edge that they have after the way that they lost Ancient kind of underwent?
You know what? I actually think it's not as big a deal as it might look like on paper, and I'll tell you why. I think the issue is for Marsborne that, as you kind of highlighted, there is a firepower issue right now for this team. Like that is just a true statement. And this time it was Chop for me that was kind of letting down. You know, I know that there's maybe some question marks about Wolfie, but like, you know, in general, I think that if you see the level that we come to expect from Chop with Modem and Grizz giving what they have been doing, then it should be okay. But I think Marsborne with a better tactical team by like a very wide margin. Like, and I think that outside of like some good calling from Snav, like it wasn't detail oriented calling with like good protocols and good utility. It was just like high firepower calling where like Snav was putting himself in the driver's seat and like shooting them out of situations. And the same was true on the CT side where like Shane was finding ridiculous impact that just probably shouldn't have happened. So some mistakes on Marsborne's side. I think all of those things lead me to believe that like these more tactical maps are probably going to lend themselves to Marsborne a little bit more.
Do you agree with the sentiment, Mark? How do we feel after that first map?
I think generally I agree with that sentiment, yes, but I think where we get into the Harry roll conversation as it is, and I think where you put, they probably have figured that part out. I think it gets weird here where I think Minus played a really big role, and I think we're still kind of confusing. I think who's going to take that primary step up between Grizz and Bottom on that rifling base out towards E-Box Paladin. I think there's still a lot of questions that have to be asked, and there's a CT side start here for Getting Info.
On to train we go. Marsborne now in map number 2. Winner go home for them against Getting Info. Vincent and Mark, take a look at train.
It is very much win or go home. And to be honest with you, a go home for Marsborne would be pretty devastating for what I think this roster's expectations are within this event and within North America, generally speaking. I think that they expect to see themselves beating the likes of Getting Info. And Mark, I can't say I don't disagree with that concept, but right now it seems like Getting Info have themselves a whole lot of shooting power.
Yeah, I mean, shooting power is so much that in their first tournament together, they went second only to M80, trying to qualify for Pro League, and even actually winning one of those outputs in a best-of-3 against the newly wedded Hexed edition, as it's going to be the ball in the court of Wolfie at the beginning, who is already seeing some action at T-Con. And actually, I mean, where they were working so hard for a lot of those rounds, I think there's a lot of character to be had for Marsborne, especially at the back end of that Ancient. They were shooting so hard, it was Shane that practically won that map all the way out for here for Getting Info. So you're getting into the cut here, and the bomb is down, and so they've got to keep tricking along for this. It's a 3 versus 5 and make it down to the last 2. It's Modem that has to square up here with multiple targets. Rather, that is Wolfie, and he is going to be leaving Motum alone. It's perfect coverage onto the bomb, and Marky will just stop you. Getting Info will get off on the hot hand in Marsborne's map pick.
I mean, it's just good decision making there in the actual A site proper for Getting Info. A little bit of a push and a pull at the moment, right, where they let them have a ton of space and they maintain Z, maintain back 6. They have Ivy control. They don't let them get too deep or invested into hell. And so Marsborne, it's kind of tough to like play that in a post plant when you never get to the chance to actually like set up for it or take some of that important map control. So they learned that the hard way. So you're Getting Info put themselves up already. Won the first half pistol over on Ancient. They do it again here on Train.
So got to watch that LAG Train Marsborne game that was put out there, and I mean, where a red flag shows for me is Viz has a lot to do. He plays the E-Box position out there. Wolfie absolutely dumps him. I'm talking about stuff that's going to happen on the CT side, but I mean, it's what Paladin talked about as Wolfie continues to rack them up. It's just the brains versus the bronze. It's the brains is showing his bronze right now. Wolfie got 2 of those headshots all the way back to back and is causing a stir here at back 6.
And I think this is why Train's such a go-to map for Marsborne is, you know, all of that conversation that Paladin was having about, you know, maybe some individually lackluster performances from Wolfie. I think that is rarely the case on Train, whereas, you know, there's certainly some truth to that on all the other maps. So Bottom's going to get a bomb plant off that, and that's all thanks to Wolfie taking so much space over at Ivy.
Still got 2 Deagles online. Maybe more where it came from on Wolfie's end. Snav slips through and gets a double, has to find it. Montum has to have a tight turnaround onto Snav. Can't quite pull it off. 4K out here for getting infos IGL as they move up quickly to 2-0, but not without some trouble.
I mean, another just like impressive start right now though for Snav. Like his shooting in the first half of that Ancient game was crazy to see. I feel like I really haven't seen him in that form in a while. You know, very rarely. Even though I consider him one of the better fragging in-game leaders in North America. But regardless, Marsborne, that bomb plant really helping to get them all the bells and whistles this time. Their T side, typically a little on the slower side. They don't necessarily like to play too aggressively. They can speed it up, but it's their default that I do rate pretty heavily. And I think that this gets them a lot of track on this map.
Change going back and forth. Makes contact up top with Marsborne and their default extending all the way into Long Dog and these brown halls. They stick on to this ground after 45 seconds and ground being made up by getting info. They slide right into T-Con off of the smoke fade.
Yeah, it's these details that Marsborne very consistently get correct. Don't let getting info have that space for free. Immediately met with a Molotov to start to clear that out, force out some further utility from the CTs. All those things positive for Marsborne as they group back Brown Hall and get ready for what's likely to be the B exec. This is another one of those strengths. I do love this B exec. Going to be Shane and Slump, though, in defense. And they're calling in the reinforcements.
There's 4 players here for getting info. And Fang, he's got a triple here as he rotates in outside of Z and using that new coverage added in the patch yesterday to perfection. He goes down in the exchange. 14 seconds and just enough time here for Grizz to get a comfortable save here under Heaven.
Crazy from Fang. Individual prowess shining as he's able to isolate down lower side. I feel like we didn't quite see like all the bells and whistles to that take. It just all stopped in its tracks when Fang gets the double. And he grabs another, tacks on a third to his conversation point. That triple kill shutting down Marsborne. How can Grizz work this AK into something of a winning strategy?
On top, that goes a couple feet deeper. Marsborne 0-3 off the rip right here, and my fears starting to ring true. Getting info with a defensive start just gets to continue to try and shoot harder than Marsborne. That's more than half the battle, so it seems.
Another round where Marsborne get pretty much anything they want in upper. They don't really have to fight too aggressively for it. What utility Grizz had was invested in making sure that getting info couldn't be taking immediate control of T-Con. Now they're all grouped up, with the exception of Grizz inside of Pop.
Stab in such a good spot right here if he wants to try and slide forward, but he trusts Slump to make the right call. It's a double out there, farming with Marky. Stab just approaches from Olaf, and he gets his 2 at the end of the day. Controlling all of this, the zip code of getting info here in the yard is absolutely locked down in every nook and cranny, man. It is a perfect start right here. Marsborne continue to bleed.
Some damn good work, I'm telling you. Getting info. I mean, still some concerns about the fact that, like, they're, you know, still playing with a sub, or, you know, I'm going to assume a sub for right now.
Fang.
Yeah, it is.
And Fang is goated. Snap joined last week. Don't know how the hell this is happening. Well, it goes around, comes around. And Monum, he has got the start of the round. This is a beautiful double opener. In 25 seconds, just took off the clock.
I mean, Monum, he was really one of the sole pieces of positive outlook there from Paladin on the desk when he was talking over Marsborne's Ancient performance. And yeah, I cannot disagree. He certainly does look comfortable in some of these. Set up with a flashbang, teed, and he knocks it out of the park. Well, that's bad news for Snav.
Oh.
Or not.
Caster Curse. Working in real time. Grizz, see you later, pal. Shane rotates over from B, and he's got a good shot. I think he's going to need to get back home soon, as this B site is wide open and might be a sore wound for getting info soon.
Fang's getting there fast, though. He's going to try and expose Shane. He stayed alive, though, this whole time, thanks to that smoke. But Fang gets into position. He is.
Oh, man. Blinded up here, but how does he find that on a Modem? Now that sits right outside of his smoke, and Viz is going to use this. Shane gives Snav an audio cue, and the pushing player caught out. All down to Wolfie. Shannon, Snav, and Shane, a duo that is long in the details, separated briefly. Snav back from boss and yet to die here in the Getting Info jersey. Now he is going to be gone. Shane got to play this one and flex his brawn, but it is going to be huge. Out from Wolfie, who equips the Glock and will connect, and now at the first on the board. If you want something done, it might be the IGL to do it himself.
For Marsborne, so many of these moments, it's required these clutches. It's 2 1v2s from Grizz and Ancient, and now Wolfie to get their first round. He's got to pull the 1v2. Some questionable decisions, I think, from Biz there inside the smoke. He's doing a little too much, in my opinion, trying to make space where they already had a good advantage for Marsborne. Hitting info. Right back on the purchase. They make that round possible. That's started with Modem having a 2-player early pick, and he gets out. That was a 5-on-3, Mark. Marsborne had the 1v2 clutch to win.
Now being held, but now passes by. Surprise out from Wolfie holding on that case. Rounding this A site, but where can they actually get an indent? Marsborne, even with the man advantage, now Motum being melted. 1 whole minute to figure this out.
I don't think more time necessarily creates opportunities, but it does, like getting info, go searching. And that's exactly what they've done on every single aspect of this A site. They looked, and they found not what they were looking for, but what was there. The only thing was waiting AKs, ready to shoot back fast. Good work. Good pause, actually, for Marsborne. I think that they understood that they had getting info boxed in, and they had to make the next step.
Two steps all the way trying to catch up to getting info right now, but the third might be a bit of a light go about it. A couple of pistols that see back the way of getting info. Marsborne, this is how they were doing it over on Ancient in ways that were much more laborious. I mean, this is night and day, the way that getting info and Marsborne have been earning their rounds here tonight. And I mean, getting info is so much firepower on this roster. You just have to wonder, even with the sub, I would say this is sort of the same threat with Dare. Obviously, Dare not with the tier 1 experience that Fang has, but I mean, Dare probably a better glove fit for the Timberman core that is rocking as the majority of getting info.
Yeah, I would imagine so. The implementation for a team that's so new anyway. Snav's actually grabbed a second with the USP, and Fang's ready to fight off of this. Great looks from Viz. Well, should be no big deal now. Marquis last alive. So a little bit of a recovery. 4-1 was the score line, and now 3 here for Marsborne.
Very confident queue that they have just sputtered off to. 3 in a row right now. Trying to meet pace back to getting info, but the guns are back. And you're really starting to work something up. It's Ivy that Wolfie has found as a weak point here just briefly through 8 rounds, rather through 7, and now we're into 8. They've been picking on Shane a little bit too. They're making him work for it here. Snav looks like he wants to take an aggressive fight. Sees Wolfie just dash back right into the corner, already seeing to the early faces.
A slow start from Chop. Look to him to activate soon. Marsborne in team main into this round. They sort of tussle with the idea of going through with a nade to facilitate that, but they hold off on that idea. Getting info really forward on this A site. They are just non-stop. They are pushing straight in as Marsborne walk away. This could be devastating.
Bomb back to B by Grizz. Shane is going to be on the top of Cloud right now. That was affected in the patch yesterday. Brought up a little bit higher. And the angle slightly changed here. Gets to re-smoke all the way down on. And that angle will actually expose his position. So Shane going to be just mobbed down. There were so many lines that Marsborne were trying to get in front of. And that was the line of scrimmage. So as far as the B side is concerned, Marsborne have it. And have every inch of space until Snap just sprints out of the smoke and just shows that he's better. And they got the numbers here also. They're clearing this out bit by bit. And look how far away they are, Vincent. They're going to have to don this back from backhaul.
That smoke, I think, just tossed onto the bomb as well. Tragedy. One flashbang. Snap blinded. Fang the same. Wolfie holds the line. Now Snap, that's not covering the bomb. And Wolfie's got another at range. That slump on the box in the backside of lane. That is incredible from Marsborne. A 2v4 to pull things back, getting info. I thought that they were out of that round because of how late they were to the party. They were so deep in T-Con. I thought for sure that by the time they got back into the B site that it would be over. Snav, his ability to just push forward to find openings, well, that's what bailed them out initially. Marsborne had a solution, and that's Wolfie in the clutch.
A raw buy here for getting info. Even see a CZ in the catalog here. Shane whipping in and out of upper. Meets Chop. Says, how do you do? And all of this to be mobbed back by, we just spoke about it before, Ivy been a bit of a weak point. Viz and Co. that will walk upon it. A smoke that may hold him back, and it does.
Marsborne wanted to find a timing to Ivy last round too, but they got shut down by a smoke. There really wasn't time to wait it out. This time it's more central to their planning. The 2 players here are in Viz and Grizz. Wolfie joins back with the bomb in tow. A lot put on this Ivy take, but the lack of weaponry on the other side is what should mean that that is not too big a deal.
Dav takes a little bit of breathing room. Maybe too much. Deep right now. Bang. Right around this. 30 seconds and a little bit too still. Too tall are Marsborne. 5 in a row. They will prop up in their project. And right now, this is I think hitting a point at which we can, you know, really take a step back and see everything that we have so far in this train. It was getting info that continued their dominance for literally 4 rounds in a row. But this is a different type of speed that I think we've seen Marsborne get off to at any point tonight. They have actually just flown by, and it seems like these last 3 rounds right here, and have got off to a different pace. Vincent, let's see if they can continue this, because that would be the train expectation, and probably the series back on par.
It's this tactical approach that Marsborne, you know, we talked it up. That was like the leading question from Paladin on the desk to us coming back into this. Is, you know, these being more tactical maps, that's where we saw much better stuff from Marsborne. Is that going to, you know, really help them out here? And I said the answer is yes. We've seen that in these last 5 rounds where they've been able to slow things down. They have the utility to push getting info back, sort of letting getting info play into their own demise in some cases, and even able to step up in the late round. Another spot where I feel like they didn't quite have everything going for them in the previous map.
It's going to go a little bit deeper. Shane's got some help this time. Got Slump alongside him. Spoke about him being underutilized on that first map. Well, you know, you're on round 10 of train here, and he's only got 5 frags in the seat to the side, holding the AWP. Well, he's gonna have to hold on to this B site now, as he's the only member that can. This nade should have Viz, but I think the damage has been done from that white floor. Viz has gotten a double. Marky just passed that utility, and he has got a kill that will insert getting info back in this round. Modem right now, he's gonna be dropped without due process right now. Might be chopped. Mirandize the rest of getting info right here, as they are just dishing in back and forth between this coverage. That Fang again just freezes in a tie game right here. Back on the tracks are getting info.
That's where Paladin has a big point that he's been talking about. Some of the lack of firepower. Well, for me, Chop is about the close, right? He's the one who, given an opportunity to take a 1v2 like that, he does more often than not, and that's the Chop that we're missing in this series right now. Marsborne lose out after 5 straight rounds. Getting info is back in business, and it's a pretty terrifying situation when getting info are a tied scoreline and Shane's 1-6. Shout out to Snav, who's continuing what he put together on Ancient.
Hasn't been too constant here on B. I mean, Shane has had some nice rotator moments filling holes, but obviously 1-6 scoreline ain't nothing to be too unimpressed about. He'll get his chance. Not a guy you need to be worried about particularly. 14-5. One of his cohorts. Marky to just try and continue. Now that is one hell of an opener from Viz. This is what we were looking for. They get to pour into the site right here, and he is just gonna mantle and try and climb up the ladder to go. But it is Snav to get humbled by Motum right there. Trying to catch him off guard. Won't exactly do so. Caught slipping in the back lines, but I think that's all that they will monster up to catch. They are all here in this target, so it would take another miracle here. Maybe Shane to finally get involved. This could be the time to shine.
Could be, but I'm thinking probably not. He does have a molly. That could go to Olaf. That's exactly where it's going to head, but it doesn't spread. Motum's on an off angle. Checked, though. Now there's a way back in. Time is ticking.
Grizz actually taken out by the Opera right here. So you're going to have to pivot, and now all down to Slump. And he is going to be put to rest. Quite an effort there. You're going to have to actually acknowledge the tenacity. Getting info, they had to match the output for Marsborne, because I think they are detecting that there's something to fear right here. This is a bold burn out for Marsborne. They're going to make the most of this first half, because to be honest with you, I feel like most of the questions that I posed were to this defense. But to be honest with you, it's Viz lighting up at the end of this half to give me a lot of promise.
Yeah, he's having a good one. You know, a couple of rounds now in a row that he's actually found entries towards A, towards B as well. He had a good Ancient in addition to that. Marsborne's T side shining bright.
And you get his one right now. Make it up for little bit of a slip here all the way down, a timing given up onto A, and they want to put their flag in the ground for a 7-5. Now this is a familiar duo again, but up to retake here at the back of the A site. Shane about to have a silent put out in the half. It's a 2-7 scoreline he's currently rocking with. And now with this bomb going to be just put down, he's going to be the loudest voice here first. And right now, he's going to be singing a damn fine tune on the E-Box. He's going to find a clean kill. Shane here with no kit on the back is going to have to try and find a 3-2-1 peak, but I'm afraid that the numbers will just force you out. That's just math right here, as it's 2 out on top of the 5, and that's the lead for Marsborne coming out of the first.
7-5 half, though, after a 0-4 start. I think that's important to keep in mind. Marsborne, like I said, I think this T-side is a little bit underrated. Like, stats even don't tell the real story of what I think is a pretty strong T-side that Marsborne have on offer. And with Viz playing well, with Modem having these very strong success rates on the entry, and Wolfie having so many clutch moments as well, it is a who's who for Marsborne. Not to mention the fact that, again, I just go back to this like tactical approach. They very slow sometimes, and not all the time, but it really is difficult because getting info really only have one speed. That is in your face Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike that does not stop, that starts at a minute 30. There's no sort of slowdown ever for getting info, and Marsborne forced them into it. They say, well, if you want to fight us, we'll be ready. And that's what is so effective about what Viz did in this last half.
There was a conversation we kept having these last couple of days. I say we, the community in general, as is this Kiyosaki kid going to be able to find his own when, you know, guys like Mossy, guys like Nico, guys like Tessus ain't fragging? I mean, that's what we basically prompted the same question of Viz right here. Can he do it without the help of these other players, of Grizz, of Chop? Because right now they're missing. They're still doing well. Well, right now it's up to both of these players who are the front lines on B, and they at least get their entries up to a 2v2. You're going to need some help from this A site.
Shane set up for success. He's got the close range. He needs to get the 1 kill, and he does damage. Bang's P250 is already significantly tagged up. Not got a lot. 1 bullet's all that's required, but missing the mark. There it is, Viz. We'll shut it down. Everyone gets a piece of that pistol round. Marsborne are back in business.
Yeah, I'm just going to let exactly that do the talking. Imagery, a damn fine thing. Cinematic here from Marsborne, and that's how they want to make it feel. Viz calling out Fang, making it personal. Or all in good fun. Up to you.
Where's this getting info T-side get off to? It's a map that, you know, under Blue Jays with Snav was actually very good for them, but, you know, you gotta lean into a map with, like this map, you need a lot of protocols, especially utility-based ones. So getting info on the T side, I just have the question of how this is going to look.
Stop. He's going to be right around this, and he sees a trio. He can't get one. Going to be 56 and 28 health. He results, but that is not going to be a body dropped, because here goes one of the weakest links, and he's doing the most right now. A strong output from getting info right here, and it is too much weight to bear out here for Motsum and Grizz, who are going to be just backing away together, getting info. All they need is the strength out here. They want to slap Marsborne back in their seats and keep the economy down. All they want that to have is to make this a simple half. They want to put Marsborne in a very awkward stance to operate, make this as much of a DM server as they can, get out these AKs, fight out yard. I mean, that confidently, they get out B and teach them a lesson, getting info. They set the tone.
Willing to give Chop a lot of leeway when it comes to the T side, but on the CT side, he cannot be exposed like that. He gets nothing for his troubles over at B, and yes, it's a surprise, but that's what happens when you play so defensively. It's a little bit of a scared stance for Marsborne, and unfortunately, the fact that Chop gets nothing is hugely problematic for them and for their chances of winning that round. Let Marky get, you know, close the distance like that, you're in trouble.
not afraid, taking all of T-Con. He's so far in that, but proper response means Modem's going to have to strap on them Nikes damn tight, and he does. He's quickly here to support his longtime duo from the undefined to undone part of this project. They've worked together and been the foundation, the structure of this scenario. Up by 2 right now and threatening onto this B lane. But look at this impending flank. Biz here can see 3 heads, and he's got 2 out here at the 5-7 in 1 foul swoop. Shane has got that down on the chops. That's the anchor gone right here. But Modem, he still holds on. He is yet to be seen. But they are going to get revisited up top before this rug is pulled. Likely no choice but to have to go out B here and try and just deal with the facts, face the music. Faces Biz first.
Yeah, I mean, that slowdown is actually perfect. With Modem down, there's nobody left on the site. He's got the big gun, but he's gone.
Goodness.
Wolfie is now alone. And at range, SMP9 can be good against the lesser HP, but Fang's got all his health.
No way, man. Bang,
What a
that pulls
recovery.
that down. It's one hell of a recovery, and I mean, I can't believe that Marsborne slip up a round like that. If you are winning one round into another, the bold tone-setting round, and then the backbreaker right after. I mean, they thought they had it all, and they recover from that. The point about Train that, you know, can be thrown right back in your face when you're going for those bold flanks is just that you're separated, just that it may be a single van flank. There's no trade potential there, but the big kill comes from exactly where you pointed it out. It was Fang onto Modem there, and that was it.
And it's Simphis coming in with an idea, maybe, because he's getting info. They call the timeout off the back of that victory. They bail themselves out from a big deficit, 3-on-4. They pull back, Snap again. It's his decision-making in these mid-rounds that really pulls them out. I think Snap's game tonight has been unparalleled. Get a USP round for Marsborne, and yeah, getting info. Pretty much know what they're working against.
Sliding in and out, that's quite quick. I'm sure Semphis just got on the mic, reminded them to eat their greens, so you can continue to look as damn strong as Popeye the Sailor. I mean, they are absolutely handing this out. As we mentioned earlier, it's all been the bronze here as they continue to just smash the brains. That's Modem's spread across the wall right now. And we're looking on to Grizz here, left alone, 1v4. But as he sees getting info to a tied game, I think we need to see this man turn up. We need to see a better output out of the star waiting left in the structure. It was him paired with Minus, supposed to be the 1-2. Then with Modem put up right next door and Viz with a little bit more support. This is supposed to lift up the young man, been a little bit quiet tonight.
Very quiet on this train. Less so talking about Ancient Chop, the other one that is absolutely quieter than usual. Getting info had tied the scoreline. It's been a tale of these stretches of victories. 4-0 start for getting info. Marsborne take 5 in a row. Follow that up, and then it's a back and forth to end the half. Now getting info. Take stock of the situation and break through even after losing the pistol.
Bang, he's going swinging for the hills, and he's got Viz. It's obviously a little bit of recent history there. The whole PA endeavor that went down 7 months ago split up the project. Viz had to just walk in after that and help out. A PA legend himself. I remember when I was asking Grizz about the pickup of the roster, that's how he described it to me. Exactly, actually. PA legends who he hinted they were picking up, and he is nothing but. He will try and move forward and continue the party out here, but unfortunately, Chop gets no set invitation.
Poor Chop is getting cooked right now. It's just like, what can you even do? Shane playing with such incredible aggression and confidence to take that fight and send it. It hurts. Chop surprised once again, and Marsborne, after 2 entry endeavors going correctly. They try to save the 3 remaining rifles. They're not even going to get a chance to hold on to 3 of them. Only one of them left, and that's Modem, who, let's just say the walls are closing in around him as we speak.
It's a suffocating feeling, really. Even if you do have one last breath. Marky takes your remains and figures out the rest of the plan, because that plan includes a lead for getting info that they have right here. 30 seconds that Lucid and Semphis are going to have a conversation with their squads. Looking forward to round 18.
I think that conversation is going to be a tough one, realistically, because as much as I want to say that it comes down to some, specific thing from like the tactical setup or that they can change, there's certainly adjustments to be made, but more than anything else, it's some of these individuals getting exposed right now that is hurting them the most. Critical positions that aren't getting the love that they need, and it's twice over actually for Marsborne that they're having that problem. Ever since we turned the half even, it's been that for the majority of it, 4 in a row for getting info.
Snab has been the bane of this Marsborne roster seemingly all year. The year started off with a very tense meeting between these two all the way back in March in the grand finals of the Frag X the Block, when old Snab was wearing the boss jersey out there. Getting info did roll up to that land. They went far into the playoffs and could not see into a final because they got taken up by Marsborne very own. Snab then did avenge, and obviously different scenes now. That one still stinks.
Speed things up. They're getting info. They, showing basically no respect when it's not necessary. B-stack. It's one of those spots that I said have been getting punished pretty consistently. Bad news, but this is not the one that matters, Mark. This one, you can forget about. It does not matter. Extra damage would be nice. Any kill would be huge. But Marsborne don't need any of that. It's next round that is key. It cannot go like that again. It cannot go like the previous gun round where Fang just one flash, sprints out, kills the E-box guy, and then Shane disrespects Chop to an absurd degree and runs through a Molotov onto B. That cannot be what this next gun round is set to bring.
No casualties out here for getting info, is that they've established generational wealth here for the rest to train. Money not going to be a problem. And to be honest with you, they've cleaned off their slate from the 99 others. If they can get to a semifinal, that would be one less. And M80 watching along. And I mean, to be honest with you, anybody would be intimidated watching all the firepower that has been put out today in a gruesome 2-0 likely to be served up here by getting info if they want to continue on pace like this, Vincent, because they may even see into a quick play at Ivy.
Here's where it stops. Here's where Marsborne put an end to that getting info run of rounds. 5 straight since Marsborne picked up the second half pistol. And as you highlight, stacked up 3 for getting info over towards Ivy. With that, Chop now joins. Is here as well. It's the 2 struggling members of Marsborne who are going to need to show up big time. As they drop another smoke, there's another 20-second stall until this explosion happens.
Riz going to give it a peek and a tease. Information as to where that nade must have come from and elsewhere. Got a feeling here that Snab isn't going to go on a predictable timing. Inches away from just being sent all the way out. Snab. Right aside from Shane. He was looking all the way towards Olaf right there. But they're going to get taken care of. And that's the bomb drops now it is the front end of this defense that is showing up so boldly. And right here at E-Box, all the way held between 25 and ticking, getting info. Well, they got enough in the bank to give anything a go at this point. So Marky sees himself out and finds a one and then done. Nothing here for Fang. He goes out empty-handed, and Slump will try and just stay in hell stranded. 1v3, and we'll see if he gets faced. Does take out Viz on the way, but hopefully just has enough luggage now.
Yeah, he's grabbed his one. Step away. Wolfie's up. Stays the same. Getting info. Finally bested that 5-round streak. Put out the pasture. 1 round, 1 step. It's not enough for Marsborne, but good micro, or I should say macro out of that round. You saw the adjustment. Chop and Grizz come back to play defensive Ivy. Well, as that starts to become very clear that there's not a lot of information, there's no audio cue given away there, they just face in. All 4 playing towards the A site. They handle one side of the equation, then the other. Great work from Marsborne.
Follow the order of operations simply. How this thing is supposed to be worked. Been mathematic, it's been tactical out for Marsborne. That's the theme of this train, but right now still heavy in the ring. Got this op over here towards B right now that is sharing out with Chop. Marsborne is going to be an interesting setup, as this Molotov is going to be perfect for a setup like this. They are both sent packing off of it. Still haven't sent the troops all the way in, Vincent. They have a refresh on that Molotov in 50 seconds to decide.
You got so much more than just a refresh on that Molotov. Sure, 2 players here, but there's no push elsewhere. So Marsborne aren't certain of this. They have so much utility for this exec. They go.
Oh no, Chop has got nothing. It's gonna have to be a multi here from Wolfie. 3 at a minimum, honestly, 2 good enough. At a 3v3 right now. Modem gonna be right on the other side of this. Lip from Shane, who sees as a linchpin in the setups right now, as he's the first removed. And right now Snap will try and make up for a little bit of lost positioning. This is an opportunity that unfortunately they've lent up with a little bit of dust. And right now it's gonna be on to Slump, who have commented so far, who's been out of the limelight without many lines in this script. Well, guess what? He is gonna steam into a couple minutes of screen time and have quite a damn impact. He'll be up for an Academy Award after that. A 1v3 for Slump, as getting info, that might be their beating heart to succeed.
The sleeping Slump awakened from his slumber at the perfect moment. Requirement 1v3. He takes that mission and he pushes it to the limit. Takes it all the way, getting info with 11. The worst time Marsborne needed that round. 1 wasn't good enough. 2 required more than that even. But Slump says no.
They call those character actors, Vincent. Somebody you might see on screen for a few minutes has a damn lot that's left in the memory.
No one here to receive this. No one's going to see that for getting info that there is a 4-man crunch ready at Upper B. Brown Hall is dead no matter who was there, but no one's home. And getting info don't know it. They look to target the A site, but this is going to be too slow. First set of utility, that's a deep smoke that's for Ivy. That's meant to force someone like Wolfie forward and have him tussle over with Marky. That's what's happened. Now the cavalry has arrived. Marsborne. They put all but Chop on the A-bomb site.
Viz, the heart of the plot now. Deep into the 3rd act, how does this thing deserve another twist? The utility sent. When Famas is mollied out, and it is sniffed. They've just found this, and the A site, it's going to be hit up here, but 30 seconds. And Marsborne going to be scrambling, getting info. With this type of time, they can't be miffed. Shane gonna have so much to do right now as he is a single soul right outside, and he smokes C. That's probably the largest of his impact as he gets a kill. Snabby's panicking. He needs to get that onto Modem, but that presents Wolfie with an opportunity. 12 in ticking. Grizz, he needs to be somewhere. They're in this C. 8 in counting. They are popping out. It's Modem that finds it. Marky to get the response, but Grizz, he's chasing along the way, and now needs to get this all the way down. Swaps to another M4 with no kit on his back. It's gonna have to have the clue. Grizz, so much expectation of the star power on this roster and how he has to shine the brightest. Well, right now it might be Marky, it might be Slump, who are just avoiding so close. He's found a kit in this process, so it gets a little bit easier. But as they split him apart, they are just toying with him. How diabolical is this? You are poisoning the process here, and it's Slump yet again to leave his signature. 12 rounds, but getting info land first on Marsborne's home map.
Getting info. This is what we expected from them. Firepower for days, everything onto the shoulders of the individuals. And I thought that Marsborne, the tactical prowess, the protocols, all of these details would step up, but the problem is you need some minimum level to show up here. And we haven't seen that from Chop nor from Grizz. It's been a 2-map problem for Chop. Grizz just on train. Grizz delivers Fang, removes him. A problem that's been on the edge of the vision for Marsborne all throughout this series, all throughout this train map on the CT side. He's been problematic in T-Con, gone.
Labored 3-map affair that saw Train took out from the Marsborne camp from Might as their Thunderpick journey began. Cleaned it up versus LAG in a very close 2-0 affair. We'll be seeing them tomorrow versus Dan's back to Wildcard in that jersey after a little month away. But Marsborne in their process, this was not a part of the plan and needed to go deep within this type of grind. So did getting info. This is a team that missed out in the last biggest VRS opportunity that happened in the Americas. Marsborne attended that plan in Canada and grinded themselves up right here with 1 sub in the wings with them, Vincent, and 35 to tick. Grizz has got another on this Mirage. He's got 3 reasons why this thing may not end here. But Vincent, 30 seconds has avoided the process. They still got the bomb down last time. Slump has found Grizz. Slump, what are you doing, my friend? Don't you end it like this.
Shane has just a single flash. Slump, not a lot of HP, but they're both coming from the same position. Shane's got a look. Shane's got confirmation. Even more than that, it's all up to the Opper. A young man that you probably never heard of until last year who can pull this off. Mid shot and a 360 for Chop to put some style points on the recovery. But the Grizz show has arrived. This train just leaving the station for Marsborne, as it's he and Chop to pick up 5 between them to keep Marsborne alive.
Oh, Chop, chill out, man. They brought Brokey back to FaZe Clan. There's no job openings there. Hopefully that maybe is a little bit of a weight off their shoulders. Adam Golden with quite an impact there. A triple off of his FAMAS, and Grizz finds back to his camp and cleans it up well. Getting info, we're going to be refreshing on this par, but we were looking for the Opper to make his difference in this series, and it's when it matters the most. It's at the bleeding end. It was Chop that was ran boost to his death. He was fast into B, and that is a cut at the neck right now. Getting info, practically served an opening kill on a platter, but right now, the next best part of this project, the next course, is going to be served so clean. It is Wolfie out of it, and right now it's at least a pristine response for the matter only of time. Getting info, give it to Marsborne, 13-10, unless Grizz has a 1v3. But I look into my crystal ball, and I just don't see that happening. Getting info with a date with Destiny with M80.
Grizz, 2 1v2s. In the previous map, he's had slow starts, but 3 kills in the last round. He needs that number here and now. No kit included and shot in the side of the head. It is that destiny. It is getting info. And they tango forward to that date with M80 that you just talked about. Marsborne eliminated. Their time in Thunderpick is over, Marky.
Gone. They were the Dawn outside of Group A, but it will be shot down there where it will stay. Getting info. They got this invite and they aren't letting it up. 13-10 there. We'll invite Paladin back on with us after quite a 2-0.
I mean, talk about a heartbreaking loss for Marsborne. I feel like they fundamentally understood both the maps of Train and Ancient better from a strategic perspective compared to Getting Info, but just could not find the firepower to get it over the line. You think about how Getting Info approached their CT side, and frankly, I don't think they fundamentally understood the map at all. No real T-Con control in the early rounds. No fancy Brown Halls control being taken crunch from Pop Dog. You're not having these dynamic rounds where they're retaking certain parts of the map. It's just raw passive duels, hoping that your anchors can get you a couple and then winning retakes. And they won a couple along the way, but as you noticed throughout that romp that Marsborne were able to provide, all of the map was given to them on a silver platter by Getting Info. You saw Wolfie take matters into his own hands alongside the Ivy portion of the map, taking it round in and round out, crunching into that A bomb site very effectively. I mean, the A set pieces were masterful. The well-placed flashbangs into that A site were masterful. The way they were able to abuse Shane on the back of the B bomb site, push him off the site train repeatedly, and make sure that he always needed actual help from Slump throughout that game. That's where you start to think, okay, Marsborne have done the hard work that is necessary in this game. They're able to amass 70 rounds. They should be able to put this one in and get the job done. But unfortunately for them, they weren't able to sustain against the firepower that was on the other end. And again, I don't think that Getting Info had this glamorous T side to them. There are no fantastic set pieces that they had. The splits that they had on the A bomb site was very lackluster. All of a sudden, you start to think, what is the answer for Marsborne? How do they get through this kind of a situation? And unfortunately, it had to be Chop, it had to be Grizz, and neither one of them could really muster up enough of a stretch of firepower to get them over the line. On the other side of the equation, you look towards Snav, you look towards Slump, man, the 1v3 that axes them out of the series altogether on that B bomb site. It just felt like a complete non-starter. And all that being said, you've got to still commend Getting Info for staying resilient throughout that entire comeback and relying on Snav's calls to get them in the right place at the right time. But Mark, I just feel heartbroken for Marsborne after what felt like the better team, quote unquote, strategically on both of those maps.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, commiserations to them. This is one that will definitely be one they look back at as their only last opportunity here in Series 2 of Thunderpick to move on to the next part of the closed qualifier stage. But I mean, here, this is where they would like to find, defining wins for their moves that they have just made. They had wins that were, really good for them over at LAN. But, to be honest with you, I think earlier in the broadcast, we were serving up exactly what the canvas looks like at the top of NA, right? And Marsborne and Getting Info pretty close to each other. I think we can all agree on that, but probably Marsborne with that retrospect, maybe a little bit below them. And it's these wins that they are going to try and prove to put up, right? I mean, there's a reason why Getting Info got the opportunity to be invited to this tournament, and I mean, it's just crazy here. I think this is more of a pain for Marsborne than it is for a win for Getting Info. They have a sub trotting in tonight, man. I mean, they had all of the house money.
Well, and
reflections.
Listen, man,
yeah, go ahead, Vincent. Go ahead.
When Snav's posting like 115 ADR on average over this series, like that's over 2 maps. He was the top fraggy for both maps. Like, I mean, dude, it's hard to beat that genuinely. And then for Slump to have like, I'll be honest, like a really bad series overall, and then he just 1v3s you in such stylish fashion on the last moment, the round that you require to get back into that map. Yeah, it's a tragedy for Marsborne, because I'm in agreement, man. Paladin, you nailed it. They were the better team, right? If the teamwork were what we were measuring, if the preparation were what we were measuring. But as you know, that's only half the battle, and it certainly was a little bit less than that in this case. Feels bad to see them go in this case, but you know, Getting Info clearly deserved it. They played a damn good game of Counter-Strike tonight.
Well, we'll take a look at the bracket now that we've decided two of our semi-finalists, and that is M80 moving forward, and they have a date with Getting Info 2 days from now. But on the other side of the bracket, Wildcard taking on LAG. That'll be a very interesting one. I'm very curious to see where both those rosters are at. And NRG taking the upstarts of Aether. We'll see what Exotic and the newest edition of Carson can actually muster up in this bracket, whether they have a shot at that final in potential with M80. But that's going to do it for the broadcast today, folks. 2 quarterfinals done and dusted. Those remaining 2 quarterfinals tomorrow, same time, same place. You don't want to miss it. We hope you guys enjoyed, and we hope to see you guys at the very same time tomorrow evening. So stay tuned and have a good night.